proposal on the table now, 250,000 naira. Do you think this is a fair wage when you adjust for inflation, the FX devaluation, and all other parameters that have played out over the years?
I think the 250,000 is quite on the high side. You can't, if you adjust for exchange rate devaluation and you adjust for inflation rate, you can't get anywhere close to 250,000 naira. And then you also look at what's the income level or revenue generation capacity of the employers of labor. And then you look at the productivity of labor in the country today. The productivity of labor is quite weak or low compared to the level of productivity in countries that we are trying to benchmark in terms of minimum wage. If you look at the public sector, for instance, you have a lot of redundancies that are being paid for by government employers of labor, by government as employer of labor. You need to hive off those excess luggage that the government has been carrying. So if you do that and you put on productivity of labor, maybe you can begin to talk about 250,000, but you're not going to have the same number of employees, many of them doing virtual. We expect that the government can afford a 250,000 as a minimum wage. In terms of even the private sector, you also have to deal with the issue of productivity, which is still quite low. But beyond that, I had mentioned, if you focus primarily on exchange rate devaluation, if you take it at the time when the exchange rate was, when the exchange rate was about 400 naira to a dollar, or 420 naira to a dollar, the minimum wage acceptable to that was accepted by the public sector or labor was 30,000. So if you move to about 1,500, you are talking of tripling the amount of minimum wage. So you're looking at the region of 90,000 naira. If you use the cumulative inflation rate for the past couple of years, you're going to have a cumulative inflation rate of maybe 120, clearly not up to 200% over the past years when the last minimum wage was increased. If you take, for instance, April inflation last year was 22%. April this year May inflation was about 30.69%. So if you look at May inflation about 24% last year, May inflation about 33%. So you're talking about 50% or 55% increase. Call it even 60% increase over the past 2 years. Then you step back to the previous year's inflation rates. So you're going to have a cumulative inflation rate of less than 200%. So if you say you're going to be on 30,000 naira, you are still going to be in the region of 90,000 naira. And which why I say that the negotiator will be quite considered, because you have done the figures and it becomes empirical for the negotiation opponents to see the logic of your offer, which seem not to have been the case.
All right, but finally, though, do you think there needs to be a much wider conversation at the subnational level on the capacity of the states?
I think it's too late in the day. Those should have taken place. I mean, the issue of minimum wage did not start today. Negotiation did not start today. I believe government negotiating team should have also included the interests of the subnationals. At this point, the questions are, what can the subnationals pay? If you look at just the FAC allocation coming to the subnational, the first 4 months of last year, total FAC allocation about 2.99 trillion naira. At the end of the first quarter of the first 4 months of this year, was about 4.6 trillion naira. So an increase of about, call it about 1.6 trillion naira, or over 54% of total revenue coming in. So it then means government has an enhanced capacity to pay if only the government is more prudent in terms of value for money investment. Government clearly has capacity. At the state levels, the state government received about 1 trillion in the first 4 months of last year. The first 4 months of this year, they received about 1.54 trillion. That was 54% increase over what they got in the first 4 months of last year.
All right, I guess we'll just have to keep an eye to see how this story continues to develop there. But thank you so much. I would definitely love to engage you as the story of the country continues to unfold. I've been speaking with Johnson Chukwu, who is the CEO of Carry Asset Management. To a final conversation, here state government in Nigeria are calling on the federal government to enforce a no-meter, no-service policy for all new electricity connections to address lingering metering issues in the country's power sector. Meanwhile, the government targets September this year to meter all unmetered Band A electricity customers. George Etomi, the founder of George Etomi and Partners, joins me now for more on this story. Thank you so much for your time today, sir. And let me get your take on the developments that we're seeing playing out so far, and also what the expectations of the presidential metering initiative. I see that it's planning to secure about 2 million meters over the next 5 years.
Yes, Ken, we've talked on this metering issue for so long. It is the bedrock of the successful confidence that consumers can place in the electricity market. Just like with any goods you purchase, the measure is that you are getting value for the money you are given. And the meters create the trust between the consumers and the distribution companies. So it's a no-brainer that every effort should be made to ensure that the metering gap is closed. So much effort has already gone into it, but then it's a moving target because you are getting more and more consumers onto the grid, and you need to also change old meters. So the metering gap keeps widening. But having said all that we've said, now that we're moving towards a gradual removing of subsidy in the sector, the only way you can keep consumers happy is to ensure that that metering gap is closed. I'm therefore not surprised that the federal government is taking this head on. There's so many metering initiatives, including the latest one, which is called the DISREP, World Bank aided support for metering, which the federal government is out to roll out. If you push me to time, I just ask, I don't know how much time it will take for that metering gap to be closed, but I hope in the next 2 years, we should have substantially closed that gap.
Yeah, we hope to see that traction as well. But let me get your biggest takeaways from the policy dialogue on the National Integrated Electricity Policy Plan that was held in May. Because I can imagine the Nigerian power sector is dealing with a myriad of issues that need to be addressed systematically.
Well, it was never going to be an easy task, providing electricity on a regular, steady and qualitative basis. And like I said, you have to look at the entire value chain. In the case of the gas-fired plants, their feedstock is gas. So whatever national integrated policy you do must accommodate your ability to provide gas for the GenCos, and then you have to deal with transmission, which is one of the weakest links in the value chain today. And you need to do more and more off-grid solutions, and then you then come down to the distribution networks. Most of them today don't have the capacity to take more than 6,000 megawatts of electricity. How do you expand that ability? And then you also need to look at the changes in the law that bringing in states, subnationals into the fray. Many people believe that should disaggregate the sector and therefore make it more robust. The jury is out on that. We do not know how many states can actually regulate the market. But yes, anything that needs to be done should be done. We need to throw every solution into the power sector because it holds the key to the diversification of this economy. Anything we say, whether it's telecoms, whether it's industries, banking, they spend nearly 40% of their revenue on self-generation, which is a shame. And what about the Nigerians? The amount of generators in Nigeria, if you pull the entire resources together, perhaps you can power the whole of Africa. So there's that misalignment that needs to be corrected. So this is what the dialogue is all about.
Yeah, but when you look at the future energy mix and the amount of new investment that needs to come in, because we're seeing a lot of interest shown from some key private sector players talking about, you know, their interest in playing in the power sector. But then we will still have the issue of cost, the cost and the tariffs on ground. How then do you think we can get that environment that will first help us win on all fronts, get the right energy mix in, a good mix of renewables, hydro and gas, and also get the necessary investors in, because to deal with the key challenge of liquidity that has been plaguing the expansion of the power sector?
Well, you see, the good thing about the power sector in Nigeria is that it's a good proposition, because if you just look at the scale, we're looking at 5,000 megawatts with a population of over 200 million. South Africa is doing 45,000 megawatts for a population of about 54 million. So it just sort of gives you the scale at which the business proposition is for Nigeria. So it's a huge, potentially huge and attractive market. It is how you unlock that market, starting from the legal and regulatory framework, which is so important for investors. Unlock that, and then let the policy guide the actions. Let the regulator come into the middle of how these policies are enforced, because it is the continuous injection of monies into that sector that will take us out of the quagmire. It's patient capital that the sector requires. It's not this in and out stuff. But what will make that patient capital come in would be the steadiness of your legal and regulatory framework, and then the resilience of the market to ensure that in the end all these come together. All said and done, the potential is still huge, and we don't really have any option but to give it a go.
All right, and thank you so much for your time. As always, on the show today, I'll be speaking with George Etomi, speaking about the power sector here in Nigeria. And it brings us to the end of Power Lunch West Africa for the day. You can join us later today at Closing Bell West Africa at 2:30 p.m. West Africa time on the show. I'm Kenneth Ibomo. Thank you so much for watching.
Dear friends, this June 12th to 15th, Africans from around the world will meet in the Bahamas to reaffirm their commitment to taking their destiny in their hands and using their collective strength to break away from the shackles of poverty and underdevelopment. Afreximbank will make history by holding its annual meetings for the first time in the Caribbean. We invite you all to join us in the Bahamas to celebrate this new beginning of African collective consciousness on the platform of Global Africa. We look forward to receiving you in the beautiful and unforgettable Bahamas.
Vision. Tap your neighbor, say vision, vision. Have a vision, make it clear. Where am I going? Where am I going? And I think that's the real problem. We lack visionary leadership. And that is the major thing we want to work on.
It's yet another edition of GTAC's Holden CEO's Leadership Retreat, a platform the organizers believe will encourage strategic thinking, collaborative networking, and leadership development among CEOs, while also upskilling them to succeed in today's fast-changing world of innovation, sustainability, and expansion. Hello there and welcome to this focus on the second edition of GTEx Holden CEO's Leadership Retreat for this year in Accra, Ghana, and the fourth in its series. I'm David Alabi. This year's offering leverages a partnership with the Africa Leadership Conference of the Gopni Leadership Center, with CEOs across the continent converging here for a 4-day interactive session to unlock the next phase of growth. The starting point for deliberations is vision.
The only way to establish yourself is when you understand the intensity of process, the intensity of vision. When vision, the bulk of vision bites you, the only way I know that has given you to become unashamed.
If you are serious about building strong economies, both for yourself and the nation that you represent, are we together? Yeah. You must be ready to make policies. You must set policies for your organization, you must set policies for yourself, and you must be a ruthless executor.
Panel sessions at the retreat bring to the fore case studies as well as techniques to engage policymakers and development partners to buffer CEO's influence both home and abroad.
One of the working with specifically the White House, even in the institution, I find that you must have structure. A lot of people have wonderful ideas, but they lack structure. Structure in your systems, structure in your process. I preach this all the time, that there's nothing without structure.
Economically, as Africans trying to break into the diaspora, it's important we find a way to break barriers. I feel like the differences we have as Africans could be like a starting point for us. Yesterday, Dr. Fraser was speaking with us and talked about barrier being the best way, barrier being the way forward. The barrier could actually be a way forward. And so for me, I think that as Africans, we could find ways to make an easy flow for businesses.
The money that comes into our fund managers comes from international DFIs, right? MasterCard Foundation, BII, the likes. And so it's important for us as Africans, as Ghanaians, to empower our local industries, our local LPs, those are limited partners. So those could be the pension houses, the insurance houses, so that they can put money into our DFIs.
The next panel session narrows down into driving Africa's development agenda through youth empowerment and entrepreneurship, while harnessing the power of mentorship.
Entrepreneurs across Africa right now need to start thinking about not entering into entrepreneurship because of money, but entering into entrepreneurship because of impact. That's number one. Number two, not entering into entrepreneurship and to be successful and being the success driving you, but however, letting leadership lead you. Because if you don't know how to lead yourself, how are you going to lead others? You can only lead by an example.
You have to believe in yourself. And this is the first thing. And then the second is to have a purpose. And then you go to your vision. You can't have a vision without understanding your mission and your purpose. And understanding that it's possible. And that these two are the willing to achieve something, are the willing to learn things, are the willing to understand there are things that you don't know that you don't know. So that will be the thing that will drive you to that process to achieve your success. Because all of you have already the success within you. You have only to activate that.
I've come to realize that it is important for us all to participate in politics. If you and I say we are not going to do politics, then we are going to subject ourselves to the rules and to the policies of the people that do not know anything. So they will make their rules, will make their policies, and will be subjected to that, and that will affect everybody as a whole. So, coming to your question, it is about understanding the importance of youth and entrepreneurs in our nation.
A Q&A session with Dele Momodu provides a fireside chat feel, evoking the need for the continent to look inwards even further.
The investments you are looking for in Europe and America, they are there in Lagos, they are there in Johannesburg, they are there in Cairo, they are there in Nairobi. You know, as a student in Ife, and Ife is supposed to be a rural place, I already knew the whole of Africa and the world just from reading. But nowadays, all our books are written for us by foreigners. The internet suffocates us with foreign movies and ideas. So until Africans learn to live and love themselves, we're going nowhere. Try and pick the books of Kwame Nkrumah. You will see that everything that we're experiencing today, like neocolonialism, you see that in the past, the whites used to come and carry us from here with their ships. Today, we are the ones shipping ourselves to them free of charge. So we need to look inwards and love ourselves.
The last round of deliberations at the 4-day engagement wraps up with an understanding of legal and security dynamics in the world of business and stakeholders' engagement.
So stakeholder management is a strategic part of a CEO's role because in business, right, understanding people that can affect or be affected by what you do is literally everything, in my own opinion, right? So stakeholder management is really about being able to identify all the key people who have stakes or have interest or have power to influence what you're looking for, right? And one of the things we did with the class was to break them down into like the different categories based on 2 parameters, their interest and then their power.
For me, the biggest message is that ignorance of the law will never be an excuse for you to be exonerated from culpability. And so a lot of people run, and they run with good intentions. But before you know it, they fall. And it's not because they do not have the hunger or the appetite for success. It's just simply because they have not understood the rudiments of the legal framework that guides the running of their business. And this is why people fail.
Coming all the way from Cameroon, actually from Bamenda in Cameroon, this retreat has been very, very beneficial to me because I've been able to realize why it's very important for me to continuously develop myself. The discipline to study every day, the discipline to be exposed to information and to create sustainable relationships. I've also understood the necessity of Africans working together. It has been a very great networking event for me because I've met people from other nations and I've gotten great ideas.
There's really a lot of takeaway from the retreat. You know, we had the opportunity to also attend the African Leadership Conference. So for the retreat itself, part of my biggest takeaway is for what we did on the first day about sales, how to multiply your result on sale. I really got a lot from that. And for the GOTNI, there was a lot of awareness for Africa Leadership Conference. There was a lot of awareness on the opportunities in Africa, and there was much talk on encouraging intra-trade in Africa. So I think part of what I got from the conference is that there should look for a way to harness this opportunity.
The chairman of GTEX Holdings provides insight into the next phase of the business, highlighting the offerings in Richmond, Texas, USA, the outlook for Africa's real estate market, and the future series of the CEO's Leadership Retreat.
Well, there's a lot of expansion in the US at the moment for us. As you know, we're already in Dubai, we're in the UK as well. But there's an aggressive expansion in the US. For us, we have a new project we just launched in Richmond, Texas, 21 acre. We're building over 60 units, single family home. And we intend to also get into apartment complexes, cash, producing real estate assets, so 100 unit apartment buy, and it keep generating cash for our investors. Our goal is that in the next 12 years or so, we want to control at least $10 billion worth of real estate assets in America alone. And we think this is important because liquidity is still part of our problem doing real estate back in Africa. And being able to access, because once you build a good portfolio in America, now you have access to liquid that you can repatriate some of your profit back to Africa. And also you'll be able to attract lenders who will be willing to invest in your project in Africa based on what they've seen you do in America. Any serious African government has to work on making sure that an average African can own a house with 10% deposit, right? If you can't do that, we're not serious. We can't even look into the 20%. I will say, create the private sector to be able to bring in 70, 80%. Let the government be willing to bring another 10% and let the home buyer bring 10%. So that at least for the first time you're buying your home, right? So that with 10% down payment, government giving a counterpart of another 10%, the private sector, whether partnership with CBN, because you see that work in America where the central bank is able to lend money to mortgage banks and all of that, and they're able to, of course, and even commercial banks. I don't know why an average commercial bank can't lend, you money for your house, like we do in Africa. And why can't we make the house the collateral?
With numerous books from Dr. Akintayo sharing insight into wealth creation and leadership, his leadership podcast delves deeper, presenting unique interviews with captains of industry and change makers. Well, this brings us to the end of the GTAX Holden CEO's Leadership Retreat. I'm David Alabi. Many thanks for watching.
EdTech Mondays Africa is supported by the MasterCard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning and is part of the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Works programming.
Hello and welcome to this edition of EdTech Mondays Africa. My name is Joy Doreen Bira. On this edition, we've got a special discussion with designing EdTech for refugee learners and displaced people across the African continent. As you know, Africa is home to some of the largest displaced populations in the world, and countries like Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia happen to host some of the largest refugee populations on the continent. And so, knowing that Africa has got a young population, most of them school-going age, we like to find out how are learners in these refugee settlements coping with advancing their education. At what point do they say learning has not stopped and we need to continue with our education no matter where we are? What are some of the technology tools that are available for them to explore so their education does not come to a halt? That's the conversation we'd like to have today on EdTech Mondays Africa as we mark World Refugee Day. And joining us to have this conversation, we've got with us Albina Mumbi, who is the Innovation Manager at Mshule. We have Richard Ombina, who is the Digital Hub and Scholarship Coordinator for the World University Service of Canada, or WUSC. Olivier Nkunzuranda, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Refugee Innovation Center in Romwanja Refugee Settlement in Uganda. Great to have you on the show, Olivier. We also do have Dennis Mumanyi, who is the country representative at Je Suis World Learning. And we do have Console Movunye, who is a student and also a facilitator, certificate in legal studies. She's based in Kakuma Refugee Camp. Let me begin by asking the question, what are our thoughts around access to education in refugee settlements?
I think, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the fact that there are people who are doing something on the ground in the refugee camps. But we cannot fail to understand that there's some shortcomings that are there. And I believe there's so many things we can do to be able to assist and facilitate these users, because some of the challenges I'd say we have seen in Mshule working in such camps are forms of language barrier. We have people who are working there who are Kenyans and don't understand the language that the people are talking locally. Then we have people who are in the camps and don't have time to actually go to school or cannot access the school facilities themselves. Then we also have the fact that the curriculum itself is not tailor-made for them. So I feel these are some of the things that we need to come together to be able to assist and facilitate these things to ensure that education can be able to reach them.
I love that. Dennis, what are your thoughts around education for learners in displaced communities?
Education cannot be stopped, even if the interactions can come around. But and also we know that education is a human right. So it's better for the organization to come on board, ensuring that they are able to provide the continuity for the learning, so that we are able to create the hope, the innovation we are talking about, so that we are able to make the countries better. And even in the sense that for the refugees who have been able to flee from their homes, they can go back and do the rebuilding. So it's an essential kind of role which we're supposed to play in order to ensure that they are able to stand by themselves and become leaders. And that is the reason as to why we are here.
Olivier, let me hear your thoughts around this, especially knowing that you're dealing also with quite a number of people in the refugee settlement where you are in Uganda.
You have to know that fleeing your country is something that you're not prepared of. And secondly, you leave each and everything. You can't forget even resources. Sometimes you find yourself just in a country whereby you don't really exchange. No one can even listen to you. The language is very different. Coming to the community, cultures are very, very different, and it's a part of learning, So when it comes to education, children, they need to step back so that they can first learn the culture, they learn the language, and also they integrate into the new communities. There is also what we may call the resources, something related to resources. Parents, because of not being able to cater for each and every educational needs, you find they are just dropping out school their children so that they might also just, because they can't really cater for education. Equating documents, some of them, they flee, war doesn't prepare you. They flee their country without documents, and those with the documents, they suffer. So it's been a challenge, especially here where we are.
That's quite interesting, when you mention that when they flee without anything, no paper, no certificate, there's nowhere to start. So everybody has to start from scratch, and building their lives up can be quite a challenge. Richard, let me hear your thoughts around this as well.
It's true that language is an issue. Looking at the Kakuma refugee camp, where we have 21 different nationalities, and you realize that the language of instruction is either English or Swahili. So when you lack that skill to translate maybe into all the different languages, then it becomes a challenge. The other thing is the number of maybe students versus the number of teachers. You find we have large classrooms with over 120 to 150 students to one teacher. How does this teacher even manage that class? So there is really need to build the capacity of teachers in terms of handling large classrooms and pedagogy. And also to put into context what Olivia has said, are those who flee from their countries without documentation, and they come and they have to integrate with the local education system in Kenya. There is no proof as to where you have studied. For instance, maybe you are in grade 8 at the time you have in your country. Then when you come back, maybe you're a small-bodied person, and they tell you to go to maybe grade 6. So what happens? Is that not just injustice that we are doing to this person? So these are some of the challenges that we really need to address, and this discussion is time.
Absolutely. And speaking of all the factors that have, been shared here by Albina, Dennis, Olivier, and Richard, we've got with us Console Movuni, who is not just a facilitator for certificate in legal studies based in Kakuma. She's also a student pursuing her bachelor's degree. Console, I want to hear from you. First of all, how did you get into Kakuma camp? And what has your education journey been like?
I came in Kenya in the year 2001. That was in March. And I was able to come with my parents. After coming to Kenya, we were able to settle in Nairobi. That is the first place that we landed when we came to Kenya. So living in Nairobi, life was not that much easy. So my parents had to relocate and came back to Kakuma. So I can say that the journey in Kakuma started in the year 2002 in August. That is when now I was able to come to Kakuma refugee camp, and by that time I was only 3 years. So my journey to education, I can say it wasn't an easy thing at all. Like being a refugee, coming to a new environment, you are a Rwandan, you doesn't understand anything about Kenya, and you are just, there's nothing that you can do apart from going to school. So coming to Kakuma, I can say that it wasn't easy at all. Life was hard. When it comes to education too, the learning materials were not enough. The teachers were not enough. You could just go to a class and you realize that 200 students are seated in one class and they only have one teacher. So like you grabbing the knowledge that you're supposed to acquire as a learner, it wasn't that much good. Yes, you could just get the skills, but then when you try to go back at home and try to relate what you've been learning in class, it couldn't be very easy because the congestion, the noise in the class, the teacher being tired, like trying to communicate to students from different nationality, different religion, different background. So it wasn't easy. So what really helped me is the self-motivation that I was having in my mind. When I arrived there, I started my preschool just in Kakuma. And then from preschool, I was able to join the primary school. From primary school, then join the secondary in one of the schools that is called Mont Chapelle. It's located here in the camp. And then it's just a girls' school. And then from that, I was able to get a scholarship from JWL. But then at that time, they were having a university that is called Regis University. That is where I did my diploma in social work. So that is how my journey to education was.
And, you know, just seeing the kind of resilience you've had to go through from a classroom of 200 learners, and you've been able to, you know, go against all the odds and still make it to where you're at. What would you attribute that to, in addition to the fact that you got a scholarship?
What really helped me and what made me be able to keep on focusing and even getting the higher thing that I wanted in life was the self-motivation in me. Like when you know what you want in life, regardless of the challenges that you have, you'll always aim higher, and you'll always aim to be able to get what you want. So the self-motivation in me that I wanted to change my life and my parents' life, and even my future ahead is what really kept on driving me up to the point where I am right now.
That's interesting. And, you know, when you look at what exactly is happening in these camps, you know, there's so many challenges there. It's one thing to be a motivated learner, but it's another where, you know, you're a girl child, you're facing so many barriers to you accessing education because of the different cultures that are within that setting. So quite interesting that you've shared that. I want to come to you, Dennis, you know, in terms of some of the initiatives that you are running in these settlements, I want to find out from you, what are some of these digital competency levels that you've observed in these settlements? How do you think they are coping with this? Because maybe Console is just one of the few who have made it through. But how are we making sure that these competency levels are increasing for learners in these settlements?
With the coming of the smartphones, and I think they have simplified the competences in digitality, in the sense that when you come to the camp, at least 40% of the residents might be having a smartphone. And in this regard, students or children are able to use the phone for communication, Yeah, they're able to share ideas via the communication. But now the real journey now comes in when they join the post-secondary education. Like now, mostly Console and the group, when now they join the higher education aspect. Here is now when the competences rises to be a little bit proficient for them, because in this state, they are supposed to integrate more with the technology. They're able to use the technology more structurally in submitting their assignments, in getting to join the meetings, in getting to set up the e-tools like Zoom, Google Meet, and the rest when they are discussing with their online faculty and their on-site faculty. Now, in this essence, now you realize that in that aspect, they're able to be more frequent users. They even go to an extent of now becoming the leaders and also the pioneers within that aspect. That number due to the resource scarcity within the refugee camp and the ETEC to promote the competences to the higher levels.
I'm going to come to you, Albina, but I wanted to first hear from Olivier. You know, the Refugee Innovation Center in Ramwanja refugee settlement where you're at, I want to hear from you how acquisition of digital skills is helping these learners progress with education, and if at all they even have access to the tools that are necessary to help them advance their education.
It's a refugee setting whereby it's just in the building period whereby most of people they have been just using offline activities, paperwork, and so on. So, but for now, when COVID-19 broke into the world, it gave us just a lesson whereby we need just still to create more concrete and collaborated arena whereby just we need still to maintain the communication, we maintain the learning, we maintain everything, just comes just to one center and it becomes a village. So we thought of something that everyone just can still using to learning. We brought in digital library. Digital library, whoever had a smartphone, we had to install their BookSmart. BookSmart is an application whereby you can just download and access reading books, textbooks just offline. Another thing, after COVID-19, we brought in the digital library, which is normally Refugee Innovation Center distribute libraries and establish new small libraries just throughout the camps. So then we were like, what if children just want to learn from inspirational speakers, from TED Talks, maybe they want to read some materials from Wikipedia and so on. We got just a partnership with an organization called Plesiospaz that linked up with Wikipedia and TED Talk speakers, and they gave us access to more than 6 million learning materials that children can access. So for now, I believe the only challenge we have just is few learning equipments like computers. They're very few, and you find it is just in one center. But when it goes, the camp is very big. When you go just to the other locations, you cannot. They are not really accessible.
Exactly, and I guess when everyone has an opportunity to education, then they have an opportunity to change the lives of those around them with the opportunity to learn and prosper and, get access to dignified and fulfilling work. And I want to come to you as well, Albina, based on what you said about languages and the cultures and what Console has just told us about her journey of education or accessing education. Mshule is one of those platforms that are for diverse learning activities. But tell us a bit more about what tools are there for learners in the settlements like Console and even those who are younger than her.
What we do at Mshule is we sat down with our partners who are actually on the ground. And we got to understand some of the needs that they have. because I know most projects in Kenya fail because we don't go to the ground. We just do top, from the top to the bottom instead of bottom up. So what we do, for example, in the language barrier, our content, we tailor make it for that particular child, for that particular audience there. So we have content in, for example, Turkana, Somali. So that is one of the ways that we are approaching some of those problems. Then another issue is accessibility to schools, as Consuelo has said. Yeah. And what we do is our platform is in a way that each child can access. So we did a research and we saw at least in every household there's one gadget, a phone. They may lack the TV, they may lack the radio, but a phone, and this is a basic phone. In Kenya we call this the kabambe, the button phone, yes. So they can use that to learn when they're in the comfort of their home, and it is self-paced. So go there, learn when you're alone, without interruptions. And because we know some of these people in the refugee camps have some cultural backgrounds and some of the things that they do culturally. So for example, the ladies left at home to do a lot of house chores. The boys are taken to herd cows. So these are some of the things we look when we are tailor making this content. Another issue we have is I also grew up with this American curriculum where you're told X for xylophone. I have never seen a xylophone to date. We want to make this content in a way that these children in Kakuma, in Dadaab, all over Africa can understand what we are telling them. So if we're saying A for apple, do they know what an apple is? Or do we want to say A for something that they understand? So those are some of the things that we are looking at, and not only just looking at it from our perspective, but actually going to the ground and working with these people to understand what is relative to them, what makes sense to them. Then we also want to create a platform where they can have the confidence to learn by themselves. Though I know CBC is coming to change a lot of these things where we had I'm number one, I'm number two. So some of these children feel demoralized because I know, as Olivier has said, they have left everything at home or in their country, so they don't have these papers. So when they come here, they need that confidence to be able to backtrack and be able to catch up with the Kenyan system and be able to catch up.
It's actually good that you mentioned that you have content in different languages that these young people can be able to comprehend. But at what levels, what stages? Are we talking about the ECD level, or we are going higher than that as well?
We have gone higher than that. As I say, we custom make. So like one of the projects we were working on, we're working with the grade 1 to grade 8. And what we did is we used languages that they can understand. So instead of saying Sarah said hi, we say Juma, or we look for Aisha, something that they can relate to. Instead of using very hard terms for these young children, we want to be custom make the language to fit them, so that by the end of the day, they may not learn the way children in Nairobi or let's say in Uganda are learning, but at the end of the day, they will be at the same level that they need to be.
I like that. And just looking at that perspective, because at the end of it all, you want to get a child from Consolee's level. If she got into the camp at the age of 3, and now to where she is today, and she's able to express herself, confidently, and even pursue a career of her choice, I think that is something that we need to pick up as a lesson. But of course, there are so many barriers that refugee learners do face as well. But before we even get into those barriers, I want to hear from you, Richard. You have different initiatives as WUSC that are currently running in helping with TVET training in these settlements. How is that going so far? And probably you could also tell us about some of the challenges that you are experiencing from both the refugee side, but also from a working side as an organization trying to change the narrative.
Looking at the refugee camps, we realize that there are two groups that we've only spoken about the refugees, but forgotten about the host communities that are surrounding them. And they're also part of the activities that we do. So in relation to TVET, our mandate there is to offer skills that are market-driven And we work from an angle where we assess the market. What are the skills that the market is demanding? Then we contextualize what we are doing and our curriculums in line with those skills that are in demand. So we've been working closely with the National Industrial Training Authority and working with them closely to assess the centers that we work with. Are they up to standards? Do they have the right equipment? Do the trainers have the right skills so that they can even implement these projects? Then at the end of the day, once the skill is ready for market, we take a holistic approach where we say, in today's world, you need ICT as a skill set. So every participant within the TVET training has to undergo basic ICT skills so that if, for instance, you're doing hairdressing or you're doing electrical and solar installation, at the end of the day, you need to set the skills. So we work closely with our trainers, the ICT trainers who offer this skill set. And then apart from that, we also look into financial literacy. As much as we are saying, we're giving you a skill, then you're supposed to earn money from this skill. How do you even do the basics of financing and managing the money that you'll get out of this skill set? And some challenges that we do face is we see there is proximity, the distance from one center to another. And you realize that most centers are within the camps. And we have the host participants who have to travel a long distance into the camp to get the training. So as a project, we've been looking and working closely with institutions within the host community. And we bring in experts to look at the institutions and verify if they meet the minimum standards for training. And host community participants are able to go into these institutions. The other challenge was around language barrier. You realize that out of the 21 nationalities, for instance, our program has been able to deal with 16 different nationalities within our training. So we've contextualized our curriculum in a way that we have translators who can speak the different languages. Remember, TVET is more on, it's more on competency based. So 80% of the time it's the hands-on skills, 20 is the other skills that you're taught in class. And for us, we've been able to work closely with the translators and offer the skills even to those people who do not understand how to read and write. They're able to see and learn. And at the end of the day, if you're able to deliver the skill or deliver the products to the end user, then we've met our objective as an organization.
And so, when you talk about that, it, gets the mind thinking around the different challenges that you might experience, because if you're having to deal with, say, 16 languages in those settlements, how easy is it to get these translators, or in this case, dealing with, being able to break down some of this content to the different nationalities? And I'm sure Consolé also will have something to say about this, but I want to hear your thoughts around this as well.
These refugees or displaced persons come with skills from the country that they come from. So there are those who can speak fluently both English and another language, maybe 2 or 3 languages. And during our project implementation, we map out the skills that you have before coming into the program. So we know that you can speak French, you can speak maybe Swahili, and you can speak, maybe another person can speak Rwandese. So what we do is we utilize that skill set that you already have, then bring you on board, train you as a trainer of trainers, equip you the necessary skills that are required to manage a classroom management, pedagogy, and then utilize the National Industrial Training Authority to equip you the necessary skills to be able even to translate the manuals that you have. So each center is given a manual, and then the manuals are being translated by these persons that we've identified. And over time, we build their capacity so that in case of attrition, maybe you're resettled, you go with the skill set. What happens to the project? So we bring others on board and them.
From what I'm hearing around the initiatives that we are all currently running in the different settlements that we are working in, there's just one common factor, is that these are diverse services that we are giving or offering to these refugees or people living in displaced communities. And I think that does speak to the fact that when you're talking about education, there's no one size fits all, because the brick and mortar or, you know, 4 walls in a classroom and a blackboard doesn't really work for, say, learners in a refugee settlement, but they can still continue learning with the different initiatives that are currently ongoing. Console, I want to come to you now and hear from you around the fact that technology has been a big boost in your education to date. Tell us about that, and maybe you could also point into some of the challenges you have experienced with technology as a student and how you think you've been able to navigate the same.
Being an online student, like you're not going to any class, you're just going to interact with your gadgets. So your gadgets is your teacher, your gadgets are your friends, and your gadgets are the ones that you take most of your time interacting with. So I can say that it has helped me become a self-centered person. Like I can do my things without being followed up. Like, you know, when you're in an on-site class, there must be somebody who is there telling you to do this or that. But then with these online studies, you are a director of yourself. So this is one of the things that I really loved from the technology, because you even have more chances of doing more research because you're having the internet, you're having the gadget. So you can even be able to learn more and explore more from other people who have made it in life. And I can say that is one of the things that helped me from the technology, because at a time, when I want to learn something, or when I want to achieve something, I could go through the website and then try to look at some of the TED Talks, like some of the women who made it in life, some of the women who are like self-motivated, those women who achieved because of education. So at the time I could just go through the different websites, look for them. That is one thing I can say about technology. With technology, you can be able to explore more. But then when you're in an on-site class, yes, the teachers will be able to tell you things, but then they won't go into deeper because they'll just be giving you what they're supposed to give. But then with technology, you can go an extra mile of even doing research and trying to learn more of the things that you never know. So some of the challenges that I was able to go through, one of it was the internet connection. So at the time when you come to class, yes, you're motivated, you have a lot of things to do, but then you come to the learning center, there's no internet, maybe the power is not working. So you're like, what am I going to do now? So you even feel like demoralized. You feel like being turned down because you came all that long from where you're staying. You've used your transportation. You've lived a lot of things you're supposed to do. And then coming to the learning center, there's no internet, there's no power. So at a time, it really used to drain me back. But then because I knew what I wanted, I could search for a solution. For instance, if I find that this place doesn't have an internet connection, I could try go to other places, maybe to the cyber, so that I can be able to get the internet to do my work.
Dennis, I want to hear from you, because we're now coming to the part where we want to talk about inclusion, because we already know that refugees and people living in displaced communities are categorized as marginalized or under-resourced and underserved. But how do we make education in these same settlements more inclusive? Because it's one thing to be a refugee, but it's another thing if you have to be a refugee and, say, disabled, or a refugee and maybe having another challenge as well. So having to have all of these challenges in one is going to mean that there has to be a high level of inclusivity when we're offering these services. How do we make sure that we are being inclusive even in these settings?
The students like Console and the scalability of the program within the Kakuma refugee camp, mostly in the higher education. This is the push which made the Jesuit Worldwide Learning in the year 2010 to be able to bring this rare commodity to the youths within the refugee camp. And in their collaboration with the accredited universities, they were able to bring the university to the community. So when the university were in the community and the students were being enrolled, the way Console is saying, they come in, the internet isn't working, they are leaving. So what did we do to ensure that these issues have been resolved. So this is a place where Jesuit Worldwide Learning came out with different measures. Number one, the kind of platform we use right now is not the platform we used to use, because right now we have a user-friendly kind of LMS, student management system, which students are able to interact with, send their emails, they're able to do the discussions, and it doesn't really require a lot of connectivity for it to work. The other platform we looked into was in regard to the resources, because with the unstable internet connectivity, they are not able to download. Now, what will be done? Then now the JWL Hub came out with an online and offline app which can be used within the mobile phones, where the students can be able just connect with the connectivity which is there, and they're able to download and they're able to save the materials offline, so that in this they're able to discuss from to learn from wherever they are, because they're being able to get the materials.
Some of these refugees living in these settlements find it even difficult, say, to access something like a SIM card, because to have a SIM card, you need some form of identification to be able to access that. And by default, they are locked out of a lot of things, like access to content and access to, acquisition of skills and stuff like that. But tell me about the partnerships that you're having that are trying to help to, make life easier for the refugees that you are currently helping or supporting.
For the longest time, documentation has been a challenge and still is a challenge. Whether you're trying to access a credit facility, whether you're trying to register a SIM card, whether you're trying to register yourself into a learning institution, documentation has been a challenge. And one of the major partnerships that we've had is with SciCan Colleges and Institutes Canada, where we've worked them in our TVET work under scholarships. And you realize that refugees were not part of the government capitation program that allows you to pay half the school fees. So if you're not a Kenyan, then you have to pay the full amount. But through the partnership, they have been able to lobby around and reduce that to half the amount, and they're paying as equal as Kenyans. Also, documentation, using the manifest as a registration document into a TVET institution for the longest time was a challenge. But you realize that through the partnership, the 5 nationalist TVET institutions that we work with were able to allow us take our scholars to those. Some have even graduated. When it comes to access to credit facilities, access to even opening an account just to be able to run a business and save has been a challenge. In terms of SIM card registration, a lot of participants have been blocked out. You remember there was a time when the major service providers were shifting and they required you to have a registered SIM card. And tracing our participants was the biggest challenge at that point, because you have a contact and where this person is living. So if you go to where this person is living, you do not find them, the easiest way is to call them. If that number is blocked, then simply you've lost your participant. So we've been able to work closely with the service providers, and a number of participants have been able to be registered, and this helps us in also tracking them and knowing their whereabouts, and even communicating become easier.
So as we bring this conversation to a close, I believe that the key goal here is for us to be able to design education tools that are technology enabled to allow for refugee learners and those living in displaced communities to be able to have continuous learning, so it can pave the way for them to prosper at the end of it all. If they're able to learn, then they are on the right pathway to be able to access dignified and fulfilling work. So how do we make sure, to those who are listening and those who are in positions of changing policy and positions of changing how education is consumed, how do we make sure that they are listening to these solutions? What are the solutions, the final solutions that we have to make sure that they are considered and that they are implemented to make them more inclusive for all and not just for refugees, but for everyone who might need access to education?
The current world is leading us to digital world, and it's already digital. And if it wouldn't be digital, I wouldn't be here just presenting something like this just in a video.
Right.
Someone else is listening. So now what I think government should put much more efforts, much more money in digital world. So make sure that all your children from the classroom, from EC, the early childhood development, children are just coming out, growing up with digital world. So secondly, digital technology makes things a little bit cost effective when it comes to, for example, when you're using gadgets just in a classroom, viewing maybe different materials, it would have costed the school just to print out papers, number of books, just for children to access them for every year, every term. But this time, it's just a matter of just a tablet. You look at the savings that you have. If a school is there just for 50 years, so you've been using a gadget, so it will be a little bit cost effective, less expensive.
Albina, I want to hear from you. How do we make education more inclusive where technology is concerned?
The first thing I think I would talk to is the service providers, to make sure that some of these places are accessible. Because from our experience working with people, especially maybe I can say like Northeastern, they have the phones, they have the phone number, but you can't reach them because there are no boosters and there are no ways to access them. Then I think too, I'd also speak to the policy and the curriculum people, because I think the curriculum is tailor-made for people who can access quality education. And if they can make this curriculum in a way that it is standardized, yes, but the way it is implemented should tailor-make each and every child from different places. Because I know we are speaking about the refugees and also the displaced people, but look at the situation of the children in rural areas. This curriculum also doesn't suit them. Then also looking about the language barrier that we have talked about. Teachers who are sent there are from these other regions. We don't have teachers who are trained by the government to go and teach these people. Or if we do, they are talking our local language. So how do we cope with that? What are we doing to look at those people to make sure that they are quality education and that they move from one place to another? So I feel that the policy makers, the curriculum structure, and also the accessibility of this technology needs to be improved, if I can say so.
All right. Improving the technologies that work around education for people living in these settlements. Dennis, very briefly, what is your final take on using technology or designing, EdTech for learners in refugee settlements?
We have been having players who have been in the ground for long. They have persevered the challenges. They now have the solutions. So my first call is to call upon the like-minded partners to be able to give more support in order to scale up the already provided opportunities within the Kakuma refugee camp.
Richard, over to you. What are your thoughts in terms of making sure that everyone gets the education they need backed by technology?
Number one, I'd speak about coherence, and I'm glad Dennis thought about the issue. Many actors within the space doing the same thing, but they're actually dedicating resources, which in this case, these resources could be channeled maybe in building capacity to ensure that at the end of the day, the deliverable is of quality. Number two is around sustainability. We see a lot of projects come, maybe they do the implementation in 3 years, they go. What is the post impact after project closure? Can we attribute the success 2, 3, 4, 10 years after the project has closed? Actors within the space need to ask themselves that question and ensure that the programming within the refugee and displaced context is sustainable.
Great, thanks a lot. And our final parting shot coming from Console, as someone who has lived the experience in these refugee settlements, probably you could talk to us about what exactly you think needs to be done right, or what you would want done right for the learners who are coming after you.
What I can suggest, one thing, let all those ones who are offering the online platforms be able to bring the hubs near to the students, like so that we can be able to minimize the movement of the students from one setup to another setup. They could think of bringing more hubs near to the community, like they identify a community or a center whereby they can be able to target different youths from different nationality. This one will really help the students from moving from one place to another place, and even the issues of insecurity will be able to be minimized. The other thing I can also suggest is that they can be able to come up with the learning platforms which are friendly to the students. You'll be able to realize that some learning platforms are not friendly to the students. Like a student will even have, they will struggle a lot so that they can be able to get where the library is, the library of the learning they are going through. Some of them will even find it hard to interact with the platforms which are there. So those ones who are offering the online courses or those ones who are having the online platforms, they're supposed to come up with a best tool whereby the students can be able to get the learning materials very easy.
What a wholesome conversation we just had around EdTech, or designing EdTech for refugees and displaced learners. I think that there's so much we can carry forward, but would like to hear your feedback. Email us edtechmondays@mastercardfdn.org. Would like to hear from you, and you can also follow us on all our social media handles. Until the next edition, my name is Joy Doreen Bira. Thank you all for watching, and I look forward to seeing you on the next conversation. Bye-bye for now.
EdTech Mondays Africa is supported by the MasterCard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning and is part of the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Works programming.
The winner of the Technology and Innovation Award is ideally a tech entrepreneur or an innovator or a scientist, and the criteria the team and I employed was to check the background, the years of service, and the footprint across Africa, the impact and scalability of the person's business model. We asked, what is so unique about a technology product or innovative service, and does it solve an existing problem well?
Hilda, congratulations on your Technology and Innovation Award. Tell us, what does this award mean to you?
This award for me is a sign of resilience of the last 7 years that we've had at Pesesha, together with my team. Really collectively, we have pushed the needle beyond our efforts to really include small and medium businesses to be part of the formal financial system.
Yeah.
So this award not only just validates, cements, but also shows that it is possible to build for the future and to make it possible for the young people and the generations to come.
And what message do you have for the next generation of female leaders?
For me, it's just about, like anything you do, you have to believe in it and you have to know that it is possible. Hard work is not just the only thing to make it happen. It's going to take an entire army of people, destiny helpers, support system, partnerships, the right capital, the right resources. So for me, it's for any young person and any young woman out there to believe that it is possible, that you're going to have to be very intentional about it. And to make sure that you have the right people surrounding you to make it happen.
Hello and welcome to this episode of Focus On with me, Keamogetse Mosipele. McDonald's South Africa is committed to creating a positive social impact and enriching the lives of communities through their Together Mzansi initiative. And this is why the organization has embarked on their mobile barber service, which will see the McDonald's SA team visiting the Andries Meyer Old Age Home in Eldorado Park, a region in the south of Johannesburg, South Africa, to provide free haircuts to residents. Now joining us for more on this is Sechaba Muzielwa, Marketing Director at McDonald's SA. Mr. Muzielwa, sir, thank you so much for joining us. Just starting right into it, or getting right into it, why the initiative or the choice to go about this initiative and give away free haircuts?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and thanks for having us here from Together Mzansi at McDonald's. So Together Mzansi is a platform that says there's no us without you. It is where we have community-based initiatives come together for us to make an impact in community. So the Mobile Barber initiative that you just spoke about, it's an initiative where we are supporting an entrepreneur who sought to bring dignity back to people through haircuts. Basic as it may sound, but the ability to give people who will otherwise see hair cutting as a luxury, an opportunity to cut their hair, and they go to a lot of underprivileged communities to give this service.
Now, your Together Mzansi initiative expands further than this mobile service or mobile barber service. Just tell us a little bit more about the kind of conceptualization that went into this initiative and why your organization deems it as an important work.
From McDonald's perspective, it's important that we add and create value in the communities where our restaurants are. We have about 380 restaurants around the country, and each community has its own nuanced needs. At a national level, we then try to say which of these initiatives are able to have a much bigger impact to those communities. So at the moment, there are about 6 of them. We do have initiatives around the Ronald McDonald's House Charities, the mobile barber that we are talking about. Then we have Job Enabled, that allows people that are differently challenged to be able to be trained to access the job opportunities and job environment. We have the computer bus that is down in KZN that allows different schools to also be introduced to computers. And of course, as I said, when we embarked on an initiative on Together Mzansi, there is no us without you. It was an acknowledgement that as a business, we cannot thrive if the communities where we have our restaurants do not thrive. So it is a platform that pulls all these initiatives together, not only to showcase what is happening at the ground level, but also to inspire other businesses to do the same.
And just also expanding on what you've said, going back to the communities, how does this align with your mission as McDonald's South Africa?
So as McDonald's South Africa, community is a very important part of who we are, because as I said, it is about making sure that you not only create communities, but you also add value to those communities through whether it's the employment, but more specifically having an appreciation and understanding of the needs that happen in each community. So when you conceptualize something like Together Mzansi, you need to make sure that it's all inclusive, that it allows for easy access to the brand, and for the brand to also have the relationship, as I said, that goes to and fro with all the communities.
And just also in your work, what has been the response from particularly this Andries Meyer Old Age Home? What has been their thoughts on you guys going about putting this initiative out?
You know, when you are on the ground and you actually see somebody before they have the haircut, and you take a picture, the so-called before and the after, and you speak to them, you'll feel the energy a little bit low before the haircut, as they look at themselves in the mirror. And then afterwards, they look at themselves and they say, this reminds me of the fact that I'm smiling inside, I'm still alive. And so it was when we went to visit them. They felt that they are seen as members of society, that they are still included and also respected. And that's what I think it's important when we take dignity back to people. The mobile barber moves by definition, So we are not always the data center. We do go to others, but they always look forward to the time when we get back to visit them so that they can get their hair cut. And most importantly, the smile and the dignity as to how they look, both inside and outside.
So as you've emphasized the importance of this initiative, what does the future of it look like? What are some of the aims you have in place to increase that impact that you're speaking of?
I think increasing impact from Mobile Baba, as well as all the other initiatives, is about scaling. Scaling meaning being able to replicate what we are doing and doing it in more communities, but also at the same time, as I said, being sensitive to what are the specific needs of each community, our ability to support, especially people that are already doing things on the ground. Mobile Baba, as I said, is an initiative that's done by an independent person that we are supporting with some of the logistics so that they are able to get to more communities. We are hoping that each community will emphasize what is specific to them. There are communities where, for example, literacy is quite key. With our book initiatives, we'll be able to donate more books to them and support them with the books. The other one is going to be things that we have not even thought of, especially when you go into new communities, but being able to be responsive to those communities.
And what would you say to those who are tuning in, or people that are interested in partnering and, putting themselves forward for an initiative like this?
Sometimes it's about supporting what is already happening there. So from McDonald's perspective, what we're trying to do is to become the touch point for communities. Sometimes it's asking the restaurant manager to say, what are some of the needs that you have identified in this community? So for people that can help, can get those type of insights to be able, at least in the trading area, to see what is the need that is required. The other thing is sharing of best practices. How else did we scale and do something without sometimes having to incur huge costs, but allowing different businesses to collaborate? So identify who else is already working, find how you can collaborate with others. In the space that we operate in, particularly at the community level, it's not about competition, it's about cooperation, finding who else is already having an impact. Let's take something around Job Enabled. Job Enabled is a platform where businesses can go and see which of the people is now ready for employment, and then they can go and employ people, particularly, as I said, the differently abled people. So for us as McDonald's, having proven the case that people that have gone through our training, particularly in the quick service restaurants, are able to actually work in a very challenging environment, it gives that window of opportunity on Job Enabled for people to actually also know that they can go there and support.
I'm also interested in the choice for this particular region. McDonald's as a brand is a multinational corporation, but within South Africa, you have so many locations across the country. Why the particular choice to, implement this initiative in Eldorado Park?
So you start somewhere by identifying the different communities. One of those could be where you start. But as I said, because Mobile Baba is already functioning and moves around youth centers, centers like where you've got the elderly population. So it moves around, but it's but one of the different centers that we are able to touch through Mobile Baba throughout the year. So it's moving around. It's not the first time that we go to visit the centers. We're just reminding everybody that there's good that happens in the different communities, despite sometimes the gloom and doom that happens, that corporations and brands that are really invested in the well-being and the success of communities go out of their way to support what is already happening there. So it is national. As I said, when you go to KZN, you'll find us supporting the computer bars. When you go to here, we've got the Mobile Baba. If you go to the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital, we have the Ronald McDonald's House. This is a place where we give families that have got their children at a long extended stay in hospitals to be able to stay there for free throughout the treatment of their children. So RMHC allows us to raise funds to support such an initiative so that parents can focus on the healing of the children and themselves rather than having to worry about what is it that they could do to feed themselves and where they're going to stay. So different regions, as I say, require different things. For us on the Together Mzansi platform is to allow all our initiatives to be aggregated into one platform so that we can have a much bigger impact.
And I'm also interested in how you've mapped out the different outreach programs that you have. They're quite layered. It goes beyond just an interpersonal approach like giving out a haircut, but you also enable skills training, which is so important within the context of the country. What would you say is some of the support you would need to further initiatives like this?
I start with the very simple ones. If you are at one of our restaurants, there will always be a button on what you call self-ordering kiosk to donate R5. And these are the funds, as I said, they go to RMHC to be able then to put it into the kitty to support the Ronald McDonald's House that is on top of Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. For the other businesses, as I said, it's about not competing, especially when you come into spaces where you impact communities, about working together and collaborating and cooperating. And also different regions being able to highlight what their specific needs so that we can then well work together. For us from McDonald's and Together Mzansi, it is about, as I said, there is no us without you. It's about all inclusive. Let's pull together and see what we can do to impact society. As a country and as a people, we always need and have always expressed Ubuntu, the oneness that allows us to see our humanity beyond everything else. And that's why I said it's important that we come together with other people.
Well, I can certainly agree that it's always good to hear good news stories like this of imparting positive impact across the board. And that's unfortunately where we have to conclude our conversation. A special thanks to my guest, Mr. Sechaba Mutsielwa, Marketing Director at McDonald's SA, giving us more on the Together Mzansi initiative. From me, Giamogetso Mosipele, it's goodbye for now.
Every year on the 7th of April, Rwandans and Friends of Rwanda gather to commemorate and honor the memory of the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, which brought Rwanda to its knees and left the country bleeding, deeply wounded and scarred. And though the country has risen from the ashes and reclaimed its place at the global stage, its history, though forgiven, can never be forgotten. Before the arrival of European colonialists, Rwanda was a powerful kingdom led by monarchs. The pre-colonial era in Rwanda was a formative period in the country's history, marked by the establishment of kingdoms, cultural development, and the emergence of social structures that would shape the Rwandan society for centuries to come. For close to 1,000 years, Rwanda was governed by kings.
Nyanza used to be the royal capital of Rwanda from the end of 19th century up to 1961. So this place, this hill, which is called Rukari, the second last king of Rwanda used to live here. He was staying on this hill. There is modern pass. Maybe you get opportunity to visit the place. Is where the second last king of Rwanda, Mutara III Rudahigwa, used to stay in that palace. That is why the government of Rwanda decided, to keep this place. Unfortunately, when the king died in 1959, then after Kaibandi's regime, abandoned this place, was no any significance, during the First and the Second Republic. is just after 1994 genocide against Tutsi. Aftermath of that period, the government of Rwanda decided, to transform this place into a museum.
So kings were considered as gods of Rwanda. First of all, they are that much adored and loved by their people, but they are seen as like God on earth, or God among us, the Rwandans, basically. So they'd go to the kings for different things, different cases that were a little bit hard in different places. They'd go for kings for counsel. So kings were that powerful, kings were that loved among us Rwandans.
This was a life before the colonial era. Rwandans lived in unity and shared the same language, culture, traditions, and religion. The kings were neither for the Tutsis, Hutus, nor the Twas. They governed and served all equally. But seeds of division were sowed, resulting in discrimination and culminating in the beginning of a systematic elimination of the Tutsis in the 1950s.
Yeah, actually, I think very often when people speak of the genocide against the Tutsis, they tend to focus exclusively on 1994, but 1994 was the culmination of decades of sporadic, actually not just sporadic, even systemic oppression against the Tutsis, because if you go back to the 1959, 60, 61, 62, 63, when there was this, what they called the social revolution, when the monarchy was overthrown, a large number of Tutsis left the country, and from that time on, they were refused peaceful return to the country. And if you really want to understand the genocide, you need to go back to that period, because from the period 1962, when we got independence, for me, I lived in Rwanda, I grew up in Rwanda, we had sporadic massacres against the Tutsis. That period between 1959 to 1994 was a period that really reminded you that you live in a country, though you are Rwandese, but you are not really accepted as fully Rwandese.
Though Rwandan, the Tutsis were not accepted in their own country. Before its full execution, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi was well orchestrated. Propaganda was spread through the media, while the militia was organized and armed throughout the country.
There was this propaganda, the anti-Tutsi propaganda that started, and there was the organization of the militia in different parts of the countries, and there was the arming of the militia and the population. And then 1994, when the plane of the president was shot, then that sparked off the killings. But you can't say it was an explosion of violence, spontaneous explosion, because things had been planned and prepared, lists had been made, and people had been identified. And we saw it coming. We couldn't just leave the country, but we saw it coming.
Words will never be enough to describe the horrific atrocities committed during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Neighbor turned against neighbor, husband turned against wife, and vice versa. The militia's target was to kill 10,000 Tutsis per day. Total extermination of the Tutsis was the ultimate goal. Tears fall freely as the survivors recount the painful experiences that they lived through.
Papa yagerageje kubashyira mu miryango ngo babahishe ariko
Dad tried to put my siblings in families to try and hide them, but that did not work. So they brought them to the church where there was a plan to kill them. While in the church, they tried to defend themselves against the killers. But on the 16th of April, Padre Seromba gave the green light to destroy the church so as to ensure that all Tutsis who had taken refuge in the church were killed. The church was destroyed and we lost our loved ones.
ubuzima bw'abacu bose burangirira aho ngaho.
Nababwiye ko nari ndi kumwe na mama na bakuru banjye.
I was together with my mom and older siblings.
Nari ndi kumwe na mama mufashe akaboko.
I was holding my mom's hand when they threw the first grenade, which ripped her off my hand and killed her.
Yamunkuye mu kaboko. Nari naka kaboko k'iburyo. Sinahise menya ahantu ajya. Ko grenade yaramutwaye. Nanjye mpita nikubita hasi.
I fell to the ground and felt hot stuff falling on me.
Ibintu bishyushye binguyeho.
While the merciless killings continued in Rwanda, the international community, though aware, turned a blind eye.
Some were really aware that something bad was in the making, or the UN and other organs had been warned that something big is in the making. But because of the political interest and others, probably that wasn't really listened to until things exploded, and then they noticed that the truth had been told, but not really taken seriously.
Many of the countries represented here today also sent their sons and daughters to serve as peacekeepers in Rwanda. Those soldiers did not fail Rwanda. It was the international community which failed all of us, whether from contempt or cowardice.
And so, with no help in sight, Rwanda had to look inward for a solution to stop the genocide against the Tutsi. The Campaign Against Genocide Museum best captures and documents how the genocide was stopped.
The order by the chairman RP High Command Major General Paul Kagame, which was clear: stop genocide, defeat genocidia forces, and rescue victims of genocide in time. And when he aired out this order to his forces, he immediately tasked the 600 soldiers who were based here, as I said, who were here to accompany the politicians who were in the preparations for the installation of the broad-based transition government and the National Transition Assembly according to the Arusha peace talks. So when the order was given to the forces, he immediately tasked the 600 soldiers to break out from their initial positions, defend themselves, and rescue victims of genocide in their vicinity while containing and engaging the genocidia forces who were rushing to this building. And then the next room, as you walk through the next phase of this museum, you look at the order by the chairman RP High Command Major General Paul Kagame, an order that was aired out on 7th of April 1994 at Murindi headquarters, which was the chairman of High Command headquarters in time. And after giving this order on 8th, he also ordered his forces to advance through different axes of advance. And when one talks about the order, as I said, it's clear: stop genocide, defeat genocidia forces, and rescue victims of genocide. But this order also had a strategic end state. It had its main objective to achieve as you execute this order. And this main objective was to see a situation whereby genocide is stopped, genocidal government overthrown, and peace restored throughout the country.
Through blood, sacrifice, and a relentless spirit, this objective was achieved in July 1994. When the guns fell silent, the crude weapons laid down, and the killing stopped, the extent of the devastation of the genocide and the magnitude of the loss was immense. More than 1 million people lost their lives. many people lost loved ones. Entire families were wiped out. The Kigali Genocide Memorial is a final resting place for more than 250,000 victims of the genocide against the Tutsi.
This memorial was established firstly to serve as a place of remembrance for the genocide victims, our loved ones, who didn't get a proper human dignity during the genocide when they were killed. They were not properly buried. So this memorial is here, first of all, to serve as a final resting place for our loved ones who were massacred during 1994 genocide against Tutsi. But from this history of the genocide and from having it as a place of remembrance, it became also a place of education. The first exhibition, which is the largest, talks about or explains about the history of genocide against Tutsi here in Rwanda. Not only the history of the genocide, but it takes everyone who enters the museum through the whole background of how genocide was planned, its execution, how it was stopped, and then the aftermath of the genocide, how the country recovered, and also today where we are and what to wish for the future, which is to sustain peace. How can we sustain this peace that we have achieved? We have also the section that talks about other genocide in other parts of the world, and there is a room created in memory of the innocent children who are the victims of the genocide against Tutsi here in Rwanda. This was a room that was created to honor those innocent.
The global financial and monetary system is at a crossroad. The world economy was on a path of recovery when it got roadblocked by COVID-19 and 2 regional wars. This caused the African economy to lag growth, furthering the divide between developed and developing countries. A call to action is in the making from African leaders in both the private and public sector to the international monetary community for the reconciliation of global financial systems and restructuring financing models fit for Africa.
All these, ladies and gentlemen, call for a mixture of public and private finance, or what we are now calling blended finance, to sustain and expand economic growth. It is true that Africa's fiscal revenue to GDP remains weak, as you may have heard from our very own president here in Kenya. We can continue to raise taxes, which we are, and make concerted efforts to boost collection. But so long as most of that tax goes to pay debts, we have little hope to close the financing gaps I just mentioned here above. And that is why we are calling for a new international financial architecture. To quote our president, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, Africa has $640 billion in outstanding debt and pays nearly $70 billion in interest every year. It would only be fair for us, he said, to have a financing mechanism that treats us on an equal footing. Let us change the discourse. The discourse requires that Africans be on the table to not only have a say on what they want, but also, this is important, we must contribute our fair share. Are we, therefore, topic of conversation today, leading the charge on blended finance by pulling together resources from governments, multilateral institutions, philanthropic organizations, and the private sector? We can unlock new sources of funding while reducing risks and enhancing returns for investors. are we utilizing sustainability-linked instruments to not only mobilize capital, but also direct it towards high-impact initiatives that address pressing social and certainly environmental challenges? Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, the goal is to create more diversified and resilient financing ecosystem that can support Africa's long-term development goals by embracing alternative financing solutions and harnessing the continent's vast potential. We can build a brighter future for all Africans.
In order to understand what requires recalibration, or I'll say transformation for that matter, I would like to focus on two aspects. So the first aspect is who are the stakeholders or the global financial systems, and the second aspect, of course, because I'm a guarantor, will be the need to recalibrate risk perception on Africa government, and Africa private sectors. On the first sector, the three key stakeholders of this global financial system, I see it. The first one is the supply side. At the supply side, I see the Bretton Woods institutions, so IMF, World Bank. I can see all the DFIs, the commercial banks, and private equity funds, and all the other financial institutions. At the demand side, I'm seeing the sovereign, the government, the private sector, and you and me, the consumers. And lastly, the third category of stakeholders, regulators and policy makers. The regulators and policy makers must, in Africa, speak louder. Okay, speak louder, because we receive international. There are some rules, international rules, that are set to fix some challenges that are not African challenges, but as they are set at international standard, African countries are obliged to follow. So we must speak louder, or I like your presentation, we must present our business cases to demonstrate that we have to think global, but we have to act local, even on policies and regulations. If we use technology to improve the collection of our taxes internally, in 20 years' time, we will be able to invest in debt, in private equity, in our economy, in local currency, and so just let's do it.
Africa's position on the reforms of the global financial architecture is predominantly constrained by a lack of affordable, reliable, and sufficient finance, juxtaposed with debt crisis in some nations and compounded by extreme vulnerability to climate change.
We believe that a fairer, much more nimble, much more agile international financial architecture is necessary. Initially, when we pushed for this conversation, it looked far-fetched. I can confirm to you today that everybody has come round, and the international community agree with us, from the US to Europe to China, that in fact, the current international financial architecture is not fair. Some countries access development resources at 1%, others at 10%. And that is 10 times. So we're saying on average, some countries access development resources 5 times more than in other countries. And because of that realization, and because it's now accepted globally that there is something wrong and there is need to recalibrate the international financial architecture, we have put proposals on the table. For example, at the Africa Climate Summit, we said we must have a transition. We must unlock the huge potential of renewable energy so that we can power the engines of green industrialization in our continent using the enormous renewable energy resources that are in our continent.
Shaping Africa's economic future needs to cut through its high debt to GDP ratio, which constrains economic performances. The current global financing models overshadow Africa's achievements to improve its growth and to become more globally competitive.
We don't have a demand issue. There is actually funds looking to get deployed in our market. And Kenya in particular is actually very, very attractive. What we have is a supply issue. And the reason I say that is because they, for example, said, we are very interested in investing in sustainability-linked instruments. We want to get exposure to ESG-related projects. But either they are not there, or the ones that are there, the size is too small, or they're not structured right. So, to respond to your point, Abby, for NSC, part of what we want to do is really work with the ecosystem to actually be able to originate, to support the origination of projects that are aligned with what investors want, and we know sustainability is one of them. And in that sense, obviously, we'll be going for the typical instruments that you already know, so green bonds, as an example, sustainability-linked issues. Would be very happy, for example, to discuss gender bonds. And of course, there's also conversations around carbon credits and what that means from a financing perspective.
The question is, when I look at things like regulation, I put it in three very quick buckets. One is foundational, what we already have that is governing the banking system. The second one is catalytic, which is what now is, pushing innovation for startups and all that. But I think what is lacking in our regulations, in our policy, is what we would think as aspirational regulation. A regulation that tells us this is where we want to be 20, 30 years from now. We're yet to see that. The only way we can do this is if we have participatory policy making that allows the people that are leading this conversation to be part of that process. Thank you.
We are aware that the government of Kenya and Uganda signed, I think, a memorandum of understanding about two major projects. One is an extension of the oil pipeline from Eldoret all the way to Kampala. I know in the past you have been doing financing the pipeline using what you call a consortium of banks and so forth. I would like you to consider talking to us as pension funds. And you come up with an instrument, and I want to assure you, challenge us. We have come together under an association called APTAC, which brings all the trustees of the funds, and which I am the president currently. We are ready to engage, and you don't have to go outside Kenya to get your money. So I would like to challenge you. And equally the same, we have other projects in the energy sector. There is a shortfall of transmission capacity for our country. Anybody who is wants to get involved in that area, kindly come to us. We're ready to partner to finance transmission across our country, because those are real impactful developments. And then, of course, we have the fintech or the IT sector, the networks across the country. That's an area, so long as it is packaged properly. So the challenge as which you have thrown to us that, are we ready to invest? We are ready. But, of course, we want to see properly packaged projects and which we can then invest in. Thank you.
Agriculture is one of the most strategic sectors in Rwanda's economic development. The country is investing in the horticulture sector to diversify from traditional cash crops, boost productivity, and increase exports.
The GDP of agriculture has doubled over the past, for example, 7 years, which is very important. So then, now agriculture contributes 25% of GDP as we speak, and it still occupies more than 64% of Rwandan households, which means it's the main even employer, if you can say. This GDP is generated because the market is very both food crops and export crops, but as you were interested to know about agriculture export has also has gone over time. You know, we used to know what we called traditional cash crops, or that means Rwanda, we used to export coffee, tea, and petroleum. That's the main traditional cash crop that we inherited from the colonial period. But later, as now we start looking around and started considering the country, we realized we have some other emerging commodities that we call non-traditional cash crop. And these ones include avocado. So avocado is now promising, is emerging commodity. Chili. So we have several markets across the globe about chili. So then, and as we grow, we discover more chili, fresh beans, maracuja, and other things. Now we are expanding export base.
A key player in the sector, Souk Farms specializes in exotic fruits and vegetables. They have been operating in the country since 2019.
Souk Farms is a grower and exporter of horticulture crops from Rwanda. So what we do is we specialize in exotics. So what is exotics? Exotic is items such as avocados, chilies, fine beans, passion fruit. Those are some of the things that make up the basket of exotics here in Rwanda. Souk Farms currently has operations on over 200 hectares of land across Rwanda. We also have employed over 900 people so far in the last 5 years. We currently produce about 13 different crop varieties. Of those 13 different crop varieties, our main varieties or our main crops are avocados, both the Fuerte and Hass, chilies, red chili, green chili, and the habanero peppers. Fine beans also. Fine beans is categorized into 3 categories, which is fine beans, extra fine beans, and super fine beans also. We also produce a lot of passion fruits. We produce sugar snaps, snow peas, Karela. The list is quite endless, but we specialize predominantly in horticulture, but exotic horticulture crops.
Growing these crops requires extensive care to ensure quality is maintained.
Every single crop we are doing is under a sustainable irrigation system. If I use an example on this site where we are in Gatsibo, we've designed our irrigation system where we had our first dam on the lower part, which is 1,200 cubic meters to accommodate the water. Then we pump that water to this second dam where we are now. This is 2,000 cubic meters as the water reservoir. Then we also have 2 towers, which are in 10 meters height to achieve the higher pressure. We pump water from this dam into those 2 towers. One is 180 CBM, another one is 100 CBM. By doing that, we make sure that we achieve the best way of irrigating throughout whole crop cycle while using the minimum energy. The environment is getting affected by various chemicals, and globally, including Souk, we are focusing on reducing the spraying of various chemicals which would affect environment. Yet on the other side, we still need to get production, to get revenue to be able to survive. So one of the techniques we've learned is how do we get better production of better quality while using the possible minimum chemicals. It's called integrated plant pest and disease management, where there is a combination of various agricultural practices, including maintaining farm sanity throughout the whole production cycle, including selecting the best disease-resistant varieties, which are combined to make sure that we are growing crops without being affected by pests and diseases while we are spraying less chemicals. That has assisted us to reduce the spraying frequency from twice every week to once in a week. And we are looking forward to progressively improve it so that we would move to a level of spraying at least once every 2 weeks.
The critical part of the horticulture journey lies in managing the supply chain, especially the cold chain. The meticulous process ensures the quality of the crops is maintained from harvest all the way to the consumer's plate.
What's quite fascinating is from the moment the product is harvested up until it reaches the hands of the final consumer is 48 hours. And most people find that quite shocking because what typically happens is on day 0, the product is harvested in the morning. By the afternoon, it's transported to our pack house over here, as you can see, and it's pre-cooled. By day 1, it is then graded, packed, and sent to the airport by mid-afternoon. Flights to our main markets, such as Europe, take 8.5 hours directly from Rwanda. And to the Middle East, which is mostly UAE, takes 6 hours. So by the beginning of day 2, the product is at the airports in our target markets. Within hours, it's sent to our clients. Within hours also, the product is also sent to supermarkets. And then where the likes of yourself, myself, go and pick the product. So from harvesting to actually picking the product up in the main supermarkets, it's less than 48 hours. The cold chain management is by far the most important thing to ensure the quality is impeccable when it gets to the target markets.
So as I was saying, this is the reception area. This is where we receive all the materials we need in the pack house. Once the produce is already assessed, it's put on a trans pallet. And I think here we can receive about 6 to 7 tons at once.
Like Souk Farms, Garden Fresh is a leading exporter of agricultural products. Established in 2015, the farm exports vegetables, fruits, and other produce. They are on track to hit a $2 million turnover thanks to their innovative agricultural practices.
Started exporting from 2016, and now we started doing 2-3 tons a week. But as we speak now, we are at 15 tons a week. Then we export to mostly Europe. Like 80% of our market is in Europe, UK, Netherlands, then Belgium. But we are also doing exporting to Middle East, especially avocados and some other fruits like passion fruits. All products we do, they are sensitive products. They are fresh from farm to the customer. Part of the technology starts from the production. So we are not just farming from any farm. So we have to make sure we farm where we have irrigation, a very good irrigation, not just pumping water on the field. So we have to, where our farms are, we had to invest in a perfect irrigation. Some of our farms will have a pivot irrigation, some of our farms will have drip irrigations. All those type of irrigation, they help us to make sure we increase yield and protect our produce from being affected by diseases.
Normally, we ensure that proper handling is done at each stage. When you look at these standards we are implementing, Groboga, BRC, it's talking all about how to harvest, the right equipment you need to use, the PPs you need to be putting on, so the correction time, correction method, how things are packed, the temperature regulation, loading and off-roading, so that all those things we implement, they tackle on the quality perspective that is going to avoid damage on the way. Also at pack house, we need to make sure our produce is stored at the right temperature. It is talking about how to process, when. So all those things are covered within the standards we implement. So normally, if you follow up all the procedures, at the end of the day, you have the product at the market in a good condition.
To ensure this produce reaches the market fresh, logistics such as air cargo and sea freight play a crucial role as the main supply routes. Both Souk Farms and Garden Fresh are excited to see things moving in the right direction for Rwandan culture.
When we started, facilities we have today were not there. When you look at from the cargo, there were no cargo freights. Rwanda was not having many flights to our market. So we were struggling. We were struggling from mastering the cold chain, because what we do is fresh, so which means you need to preserve cold chain from the farm until you export. So at that time, it was not really easy. We knew, but we thought, let's build that capacity until we become competitive to the international market. The cargo, which has been brought recently, mostly is operating in the Middle East market. And we knew that it's a busy market and it's a busy route. We believe it's not enough, but we are seeing that actually that cargo is releasing pressure from the only passenger plane which were going to Dubai. So currently we see more space availability to that route of Dubai, and we appreciate that as well. So we hope actually in the future, maybe Rwanda could also deploy cargo freighter to Europe or to other destinations.
Without Rwanda as our main cargo partner, this will also be quite a big challenge. Rwanda now flies 6 times a week to UK and about 4 or 5 times a week to Europe, which is Brussels and Charles de Gaulle. So without access or without a route to markets, of course, this industry would also be still quite at its infancy. And the good news also is now we're seeing Rwanda beginning to increase their capacity even beyond what they have now. So within a year to 2 years, you'll find that the frequency of flights to our main markets would also continue to increase. As you know, Rwanda has also acquired a few cargo aircraft in the last 2 years also. That is also quite important because it creates the capacity we need for exports. So in short, I think it's the industry is heading in the right direction.
Innovation, improved facilities, and market expansion, Rwanda's horticulture sector is poised for a bright future, further solidifying its role as a crucial contributor to the country's agricultural exports.
Export about 13 crop varieties. I think that's something that we can easily increase to 30 to 40 crops within a year to 2 because the climate is perfect for horticulture. Rwanda currently exports mostly vegetables, but there's a lot of potential for exporting other horticultural crops such as nuts. There's a lot of macadamia and cashew nuts grown in Rwanda. I think there's a lot of opportunity to expand that also. There's a lot of opportunity for herbs, as an example. There's a lot of opportunity for flowers also. So I think the opportunities are quite limitless in terms of expanding the growing capacity in Rwanda. What else? I would say regional trade. We as Africans, we always typically look to Europe and the Middle East and Asia markets as our primary markets. But what we forget is there's also a huge demand for the things we produce locally. So to give you an idea, we grow strawberries and avocados in Rwanda. But what's quite interesting is those same strawberries and avocados are imported in West Africa from Europe. So instead of products doing a round-trip journey to Europe to then be imported back into Africa, there is a lot of opportunity to break those inefficiencies and supply the West African community directly from Rwanda.
Infrastructure like roads, internet, electricity, all those will help us to actually grow the sector. And once we have other players like airlines and Rwanda increasing the fleet, I think we can reach far in this sector, far from where we are.
Who's making money? Who's losing money? Where and why? Join us for CNBC Africa's Startup Cap series as we uncover the startup ecosystem one sector at a time. From healthcare to fintechs and beyond, we speak to VCs, angel investors, and startup founders to delve deeper into the ins and outs of startup capital movements in Africa.
You can chat with a doctor through USSD codes and actually get your issues addressed.
You know, there are ways where you can build solutions that enable access, where someone can very confidentially order the health products they need.
Only on CNBC Africa.
Africa's premier business accolade, the All Africa Business Leaders Awards 2024, returns for its 12th edition with nominations open until the 30th of June. The Gala Awards ceremony will take place on the 24th of October at the Pavilion at Sandton Convention Centre. As with the ABLAs 2023, this year's awards will honour excellence in business leaders who have made an indelible impact on their industries. The ABLAs are a landmark accolade that business pioneers have held in high regard throughout the years. Visit the website www.ablaawards.com and submit your nominations no later than 30 June 2024.
It's the second week in June. You're watching Closing Bell West Africa, the first for the week. I'm Esther Awoni. In the next half hour, we'll be unpacking key stories from West Africa. Welcome to the show. First, we'll kick off with updates from Nigeria's equities markets, engaging investors' sentiments as we enter fully into the month in the first half of the year. Also on the show, we'll be looking at the bank recapitalization efforts in Nigeria as banks hit the ground running for capital raise. We'll also wrap up the show with a conversation on Ghana as the country inches closer to unlocking $360 million from the International Monetary Fund. What last hurdle does the country need to cross? We'll find out later on the show. You can be part of all our conversations today. Send your thoughts and your comments to @CNBC Africa. That's on the X app. Use the hashtag CBWA410. Before we get into today's discussions, let's get you up to speed with our top headlines from the west of the continent. The Mali's National Union of Banks, Insurance Companies, Financial Institutions and Businesses has extended its 3-day warning strike over the arrest and detention of its Secretary General, Hamadoun Ba, who was locked up last week, Wednesday. A statement by the union says the strike will continue until the full release of its leader. While elsewhere, the Bank of Ghana says it continues to prioritize moderating inflation in line with a medium-term target of 8%. A statement by the bank explains that the move remains a prerequisite for achieving sustainable economic growth. Meanwhile, the BOG recorded a 10.5 billion cedis loss in 2023, with operating income surging by 47.3% to 8.8 billion cedis. Now, the bank also saw a rise in its expenses as the cost of open market operations rose to 8.3 billion cedis from 1.7 billion cedis reported in 2022. And finally, at the commodities market, oil prices edged up today, driven by hopes of rising fuel demand this summer, though gains were capped by strengthening of the dollar on receding expectations of imminent cuts to the U.S. interest rates. Brent crude futures gained 16 cents to $79.78 a barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures were up 6 cents at $75.59 a barrel. Those are top headlines from West Africa at this hour. And for more market news and insights, see our website. It's cnbcafrica.com. Over to the stock market now. Investors at Nigeria's equities market are sticking with their sell-off stance on bellwether stocks, with June starting off on a negative note. Analysts believe the overall market sentiment will remain bearish, especially given the lack of significant drivers to boost investors' interest over the near term. Joshua Chinga, sell-side analyst at EDC Securities, joins me for this discussion. Joshua, thank you so much. Pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
I can imagine how difficult it must be for typical investors to, just looking over the pond at the fixed income market, seeing those kind of yields, effective yields, 26%, and then remaining in the market. So, but talk to us about what the strategy would look like this month for typical investors, both short-term and long-term investors.
Well, basically, right now, the equities market is basically dominated by investors in this case, who are looking at a longer-term approach towards the market. Now, we've been seeing a little profit-taking activities in the banking stocks, and that's only natural since they're the most liquid stocks in the market. And then also investors are trying to take position to key in for their stocks, especially banking stocks, with the recapitalization talks in the pipeline, to be able to take advantage of the rights issues that may be coming up towards the bank recapitalization raise. And for the fixed income markets, and while we see these activities there's less investment coming into the equities markets as much as it's coming into the fixed income markets. The expectations of higher yields have been driving a lot of investments and investors towards the fixed income market. And so for the equities markets, we believe that investors are taking a more cautious approach towards the whole thing. And given that, you know, the interest rates rising, becomes a little bit more difficult to access funds, and the well-being of the equities market is quite shaky, to be frank. And investors are really waiting to see what policies are going to drive investments, real investments into the equities markets, beyond just trying to raise the rates for to counter interest, to counter the inflationary pressures that we're seeing.
Now, while banks usually, like as we know, are the most liquid, and we see investors sort of treating some banks as a safe haven at a time like this, have there been any outliers? Some stocks, names that have shown resilience since the beginning of the year, since the beginning of the month?
Okay, so far for this month, what we've just been seeing are just market reactions to the news on recapitalization, basically. That's what been driving sentiment in the equities market. We've seen that activity play out in Fidelity Bank. We've also seen that activity play out in Axis Bank. And these major key stocks that I'm just talking about are banks that have actually come out with their plans, but there are no clear cut-outs. They have indicated interest of raising some funds, but there's no clear cut out. They've not really come out
in terms of what the strategies and timelines and all of that.
And timelines as to how to go about that. So that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing now.
How are investors processing? I mean, we're all thinking about the economy, but you know, how are they thinking on about key indicators such as inflation, GDP growth forecasts? When I say this, my mind is going to the fast-moving consumer goods sector, the retailers in the markets, the brewers, the food makers, etc., and how metrics like inflation impact on their bottom line.
Well, recently, with what the Minister of Finance has come out and proposed to the federal government, one of the key things that they also mentioned was setting aside some funds, basically for the manufacturers, about $1 trillion fund set aside. How that will be implemented and channeled into the consumer goods and basically the manufacturers generally is yet to be unknown. But from that indicator, it seems like the government is really taking a step back and really thinking about how best to be able to deliver this without causing major economic shocks across the country.
Shouldn't that ordinarily have been some kind of a catalyst for the market, those who are playing in the consumer space?
As expected, yes, that should be the natural response, but clarity is yet to be given on these things. So everybody, basically investors, are really taking that wait-and-see approach. Let's see what's going to happen. There's not, yes, the government has said this is what we want to do. How they want to go about it is yet to be...
Yeah, the devil is in the details, right?
Yeah, the devil is in the details.
How do investors feel about the oil and gas sector? I mean, I've had several conversations this year. The PIA, I mean, that executive decree or something was supposed to help boost the sector. Has that changed sentiment in that sector?
Well, a lot of things that have been happening in the oil and gas sector has been seen to be trying to manage investor activities. You can see the talks of Oando trying to get out of the market and listing also on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It's all indicative of moves towards trying to get some private kind of venture capitalist investments where they have a little bit more control, and they also have investors who are a little bit more patient as to not wanting to be swayed by volatilities in the market as towards the investment generally in that space. So yes, recently we're also seeing Seplat also gaining some traction. That's obviously because of the recent case that they've been given leeway by the federal government for the ExxonMobil case too. But in all of this, what I can say is that the oil and gas sector is receiving some attention that is not really publicized, but a lot of work is really going on the ground, especially in that sector.
Right. When you think about this market, half year and how we've done so far, I believe 32% year to date. I mean, that's not too shabby if one thinks about it. But how is the market performing against its other emerging market peers? And also, do we have foreign investors in this market? That exodus, has there been some kind of a retraction or something?
Well, for the foreign investors in the market presently, I believe that they are foreign investors currently in the market, but you wouldn't say we wouldn't put it as to say that they are out there full out because of all the FX issues. They are first of all trying to see that there's stability in the market. That's something that we've been trying to, that the federal government have been trying to establish recently through the Minister of Finance, and even the central bank governor also made mention to this, that they are definitely interested in coming to the market. But in the forms of investment that they're coming in through is where we are a bit cautious about what's going on. We can also see that foreign investors who would probably play their hand more into where the whole recapitalization thing coming into it. That's just beyond the oil and gas sector. So an overview of the foreign investors in the market generally is that they seem to be interested in staying in the market. We're seeing indicators of their activities in the first 3 months has been actually active. They've been active in the market in the first 3 months. And we'll continue to hope that perhaps this will permeate into some gains.
Right, so keep our fingers crossed on that. Joshua, thank you so much for talking to us today. Appreciate your time. Joshua Chingas, our side analyst at EDC Securities, taking a look at updates from Nigeria's stock market. We'll take a quick break. Closing Bell West Africa will return. Join us again.
Dear friends, this June 12th to 15th, Africans from around the world will meet in the Bahamas to reaffirm their commitment to taking their destiny in their hands and using their collective strength to break away from the shackles of poverty and underdevelopment. Afrexim Bank will make history by holding its annual meetings for the first time in the Caribbean. We invite you all to join us in the Bahamas to celebrate this new beginning of African collective consciousness on the platform of Global Africa. We look forward to receiving you in the beautiful and unforgettable Bahamas.
Catch the self-declaration ceremony as Imagine Africa receives the ISO 26000 certification for its commitment to social responsibility, only on CNBC Africa.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Closing Bell West Africa. Fidelity Bank and EcoBank have joined the list of Nigerian banks. They have released plans to raise capital as more banks look to meet the 24-month deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Nabila Mohammed, banking sector analyst at Chapel Hill Denham, joins me for this discussion. Nabila, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we have a couple of names that have put out their plans. Fidelity, ETI, GTCO, FCMB, WEMA, capital raise, raising bonds, etc. Looking at the names, and I suppose the plans haven't been, details have not been released, as it were, and the CBN says that they're currently in the process of reviewing these plans. But what are your thoughts in terms of the banks that have made these announcements and the avenues by which they want to raise these monies?
Well, what I would say is that they are just acting based on the circular that has been released by CBN, which is to meet up with the new capital requirements based on the license types that they hold or that they have. And what we have noticed is that some of them have come.
Could you hold that thought for us? I do apologize. We haven't trying to sort out your issue, an audio issue. But we'll take let's just have a sneak peek on African markets. Let's see how the markets are trading at this time, and then we'll come back to continue our conversation. Cross-section of markets there. Nabila Mohammed, a banking sector analyst at Chapel Hill Denham, still with me in the studio to just look at some updates from Nigeria's planned recapitalization exercise for banks in the country. Nabila, thank you for your time so far. Just continue with where you left off. We're talking about the CBN saying that it's currently reviewing many of these plans, and I was asking you what you thought about the avenues by which these banks wanted to raise the monies.
So some of them have come out with different programs, like capital raising programs, like GT has come out with $750 million as a capital raising program, out of which they'll offer a series of transactions, rights issues, public offers, private placements, and this is similar to what we are seeing across other banks as well. However, what we have noticed is that, as you rightly said, Fidelity has indeed come out to say they are going to have a combined offer, that's both public offer and rights issue for existing shareholders. And I feel that they are just trying to make sure that they start to meet up with the requirements. Yes, they have been given 24 months to meet up with the new capital requirements, but then the earlier they start, the better they can, get those funds in and start to deploy them. So my thought really is that they are taking the right steps in the right direction.
Doing it this early.
Doing it this early.
And I mean, do you think that, I've asked other analysts this, and I'll ask you, 24 months, is that enough time, given the size of our market, interests, in these banks raising this kind of monies?
They did give them other 3 options, which is to, raise the capital or, step down on their license. And I don't see any bank that has a growth strategy stepping down on its license, because it doesn't really tell well on the bank when they decide to do that. So I'll definitely expect at least listed banks to, come out to raise capital. For the unlisted banks, maybe there might be some M&A activities going on in there.
I was going to go to that. So you're saying, sorry, for the listed banks, you don't think that amongst these names there will be any M&As?
We can't rule that out. Okay. We cannot rule that out, because when they see how the first series of capital raising activities goes through, they will definitely decide what next step to take. Because as we know, even the Fidelity Bank's raise of 127 billion really isn't enough to augment, given that they have an international license and they have to meet up with 500 billion naira in terms of the new capital required. So that is not enough to make them reach that particular level. So we'll definitely see them come back into the market. Just speaking to what I earlier said, they would definitely want to look at what the first steps of, the capital raising is across the banks that have announced and have disclosed that they are going to raise capital, and see what next step to take in terms of meeting up with the requirements.
Right. So let's take a few steps forward. Hypothetically speaking, maybe the tier 1, some of the tier 2, the big names, listed ones are able to raise these monies. What then happens? Because I want to take this conversation away from the process itself and, the other side, when they all are able to cross over to the other side, in terms of how this impacts their balance sheets, loan book growth, for instance. Are they going to keep playing in the traditionally safe areas? Are they going to expand? What do you see ahead?
So the idea behind them trying to raise capital really is so that they'll be able to take on a lot of transactions. And this whole capital raising came as a result of the fact that there was a statement last year where the government is trying to meet up with a $1 trillion economy. And the banks need to support that particular real sector growth by providing financing to the real sector in order to enhance output. And, you know, by extension, we have a GDP that is around $1 trillion. So now, the question now is, it's not just raising or raking in those monies through the capital raising plans by these banks. We have to look at the deployment of that capital to the right sectors that would not come and, you know, haunt these banks at the end of the day in terms of non-performing loans, in terms of losses, in terms of just... They would have to be very prudent, just put it in
because
simple terms.
The way I'm thinking
Very
about it is
prudent
the
in
same
terms of
economy. We know that obviously right now NPLs are at, you know, controllable levels, nothing, you know, nothing alarming at this point. But when one looks at the strength of the economy, the manufacturing sector, for instance, small businesses, they're all struggling. So when we have these banks with this, you know, different bigger war chest, is it going to go to that same economy that's still trying to get off the ground?
So you see, there are a number of pain points in the economy right now. Just making sure that the banks are well capitalized to fund or finance real sector growth is one aspect of economic development. There are other aspects that the government would also have to focus on in order to make sure that the entire plan of meeting the $1 trillion economy comes into play, because every other person or every other sector or every other person that has to play a particular role in driving that target is at work. So if they have capitalized the banks and they have come out with a strategy, okay, this is what it is, then they should also look at other key sectors, key areas like infrastructure, like power, all those areas that really need government intervention or implementation of policies that would support the growth. Because it's one thing to have the banks, you know, provide financing, and it's also another thing to make sure clean environment for these companies to really thrive despite you know, whatever is in place. So I would see it as an all-round affair and not just, you know, a responsibility that is saddled with the banks alone.
Right, you're absolutely right, Nabila. I must thank you for your time. Thank you for talking to us today. Nabila Mohammed, banking sector analyst at Chapel Hill Denham. Moving on, as Ghana looks set to unlock the $360 million disbursement this month under the International Monetary Fund's $3 billion bailout program, there's just one major hurdle to cross. Ghana must sign an understanding with official creditors to restructure $5.4 billion of debt. Can this be achieved in time? Benjamin Boachi, the chief economist at Second Stacks, joins me for this discussion. Benjamin, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's get right to it. Ghana seems pretty confident that the $360 million will come sooner than later. What we're hearing is that the government has finalized some core issues on debt restructuring and will sign an MOU soon. Talk to us. What do you know? What are you hearing in terms of how fast this deal could go through?
Sure. We're hoping that the signed agreement will be imminent. So I think at this point, all of the folks in the Ghanaian market are, we're all on watch, waiting for an announcement that an actual deal has been signed. So the news that we heard last week was simply that pretty much all the four sticking points had been ironed out, and the only thing left were some legal wording around the agreement. So we're hoping they can get that done, you know, first half of this week, and then we can move to signing thereafter.
Well, let's speak hypothetically speaking. Now, let's say this does go through. Ghana, the MOU is signed. Ghana gets the funds, etc. What happens next? Where does this take Ghana to? $360 million in the kitty. What happens after that?
Well, it's not immediate. You still need the IMF to, you know, give its final approval on that. So we're expecting that by the end of this month, that money will have hit the coffers of the government of Ghana. And thereafter, Ghana, you know, we have to just continue sticking to the terms of the deal. There's the Eurobond side of the debt treatment that has been probably the thorniest part of the negotiations, but last week as well, we heard that there was a deal kind of in place there where the Euro bond holders would get about 15% more than the bilateral creditors. So you definitely see the contours of a final deal coming into view. And once that happens, Ghana will be able to get to the other side of this and move forward.
Right. Now, one of the reasons why Ghana signed up for the G20 Common Framework, which other countries like such as Zambia, we'll talk about Zambia in a minute, signed up to, was to help speed up the process and bring big creditors, such as especially China. China has always been a sticking point. They were able to bring China into the process. But when one looks at that, juxtapose that with Zambia, Zambia's almost spent 4 years on this, but just recently we did hear that Ghana's bondholders have actually signed off on the country's restructuring deal. Do you draw any similarities between both countries? And I know that the institutions such as IMF and the World Bank are quite keen to have this go through quickly with Ghana and not repeat the mistakes that we saw with Zambia, where it's taken almost 4 years for the country to achieve that.
Yeah, it's from where I'm sitting, the way I see it, this has actually been quite an achievement for the global financial architecture because, yes, like you said, China was kind of the elephant in the room when it came to bilateral lending to emerging countries, at least over the past decade. However, they had never really been involved in these debt relief processes that had typically been between Africa and Europe, or Africa and the United States. So now that China is such a large creditor to the continent, there needed to be a framework where they could be brought in. So that was one unprecedented factor that needed to be taken into account. Then you bring in the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as this war in Ukraine that just unleashed a lot of inflation. And all of a sudden, you had a second unprecedented shock to the sovereign debt markets of African countries. So it's quite an achievement. Absolutely, Zambia took way too long, but that was the first one, to use the common framework. The fact that Ghana's gotten it down to about 2.5, 3 years, maybe that's better. Obviously, there's still a considerable amount of work to be done in shortening the amount of time, but it is an achievement, and we're grateful to all the parties involved. Right.
The conversations we're still hearing around debt levels in sub-Saharan Africa, don't sound too good. I know that you mentioned the global financial architecture. There's that conversation that African countries, the rate of borrowing or the interest rates that they are confronted with, from global markets are just way too high and quite punitive when one thinks about it. It's an ongoing conversation. But on the continent, what should the nations on the continent do themselves? Should they begin to think more seriously about deepening capital markets here on the continent to cater to the needs of domestic borrowing versus foreign borrowings?
Absolutely. I'm sure I'm a broken record on this at this point, but the AFTA deal has so many levers for African countries to pull, to come together and kind of coordinate fiscal policy. The idea there is that this is an inflection point where African economies and African governments can lower the amount of capital they need to source from outside. 1. 2, they can deploy capital far more efficiently in terms of boosting the collective economy of the continent. So the answer is in the AFTA agreement of how we need to move forward. In addition to that, simultaneously, parallel, you're running this revamp of the global financial architecture where there should be far more concessionary financing available to smaller and to African and to developing countries. You put those two things together, okay? At that point, you should have a whole new paradigm for African growth. We just have to get both sides of this equation right.
Right. Thank you so much, Benjamin. We'll leave it there. Thank you for your insights. Appreciate it. Benjamin Boakye, Chief Economist at Second Stacks. That's our show for today. Many thanks for being a part of it. Remember to visit our website, cnbcafrica.com, for more market news and insight. From the team and I, it's bye for now.
At the base level, AFEX is a marketplace. It is a place where buyers and sellers can come and meet, interact, and find solutions to their commodity needs on the continent. But if you dig deeper, we are much more than that. We're partners. We do everything from providing inputs to assisting with logistics services, whilst unlocking financing and making markets work efficiently for all of our players. We are also fundamentally impact multipliers. Our goals are aligned to serve rural communities and solve social problems in line with the UN SDGs. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And SDG 13, climate action. This we have done successfully for nearly 10 years now, and we are only just getting started.
Effectively, a free zone is an area that is exempt from duty, customs. It's almost like a country on its own. The vision was to create a number of these free zones to encourage investment from external companies, countries to come and invest in the country.
Standard Bank played a unique role. We have strength in the infrastructure business, and infrastructure not just in Nigeria but across Africa.
Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to Closing Bell East Africa. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and on Closing, we are coming to you live from Kigali, Rwanda. This afternoon, various East African markets on closing are quite on a positive trajectory, with the NSE closing at 0.06, which is a 1% upward trend from Friday's close, while on the RSE, both RSI and all ALSI went up by 0.63 and 0.18 points to close at 118.58 and 145.30 respectively. We have more on market performance updates and other sectors of the economy lined up on the show. You can be a part of the conversation by talking to us on X at CNBC Africa using the hashtag CBA410, and also X me at Tabitha T. Muthoni. For now, let's start off with a roundup of some of the top stories driving business across the region. Kicking it off in Rwanda, according to the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda, NISIR, the country's consumer prices surged 5.8% year-on-year in May, driven by significant increases in transport costs and food prices. Transport prices saw a notable 24.7% increase compared to May 2023, while foodstuff and non-alcoholic beverages rose 4.7%. Additionally, housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuel costs, as well as prices in restaurants and hotels, increased by 2.5%. And the annual average inflation rate between May 2024 and May 2023 stood at 8.4%. Moving on, Rwanda's Green Fund for Environment and Natural Resources for NERWA has allocated 43 billion Rwandan francs in green financing to 10 projects aligned with the country's Paris Agreement objectives. These initiatives, spanning renewable energy, sustainable land use, and climate resilience, aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and foster sustainable development. The funding reinforces Rwanda's commitment to a low-carbon economy and climate change adaptation, with implementation entrusted to a diverse range of institutions, including government agencies, private sector entities, and civil society organizations. And finally, a recent Uganda parliamentary report reveals that approximately 1 trillion shillings in loans earmarked for agricultural projects remained unused as of December 2023. And despite borrowing $522 million between 2018 and 2021, only 54.3% of these funds were utilized, leaving leaving a significant 45.7%, an equivalent of 903.9 billion shillings unallocated. The report highlights that some projects have closed with unutilized funds, while others continue to experience low utilization rates, with the fate of the returned funds remaining uncertain. That's a quick look at some of the big headlines impacting business across the region. For more market news and insights, visit our website, that is www.cnbcafrica.com. Right, and now to matters of business. Bullish market sentiments are prevailed in the equities market, with total market turnover declining by 99.20% week over week to 0.10 billion Kenyan shillings, down from 11.65 billion Kenyan shillings. On market recap over the past week and trading ideas to look forward to this week, Caleb Mugendi, investment manager at Genges Capital Asset Management, now joins us from Nairobi, Kenya. Caleb, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us once again. Caleb, from where you sit, Yes, Caleb, from where you sit, what really stood out for you that week, and what are some of the factors that contributed to the bullish sentiments in the equities and not on the fixed income market?
Last week, one of the major factors last week was the fact that we had the Monetary Policy Committee that sat and were able to maintain the central bank rate at 13%. This was as expected, and also we did also have a primary bond auction that was a reopened FXD 2-year and a 3-year 2024 that were reopened last week. So investors were also keen on these instruments, trading on these, bidding on these instruments that were reopened in the primary auction. So we did find that a lot of investors put most of their attention to these primary auction in the fixed income market, where the government was able to get bids more than the 30 billion that it was looking for at rates that were quite attractive for investors. So looking at the market turnover, this came off quite substantially, again, as some of the investors either pivoted to the fixed income market, or they were doing a wait and see on the Monetary Policy Committee, the decision that will come out from the Monetary Policy Committee on where interest rates are headed in the economy. So once we've got clarity on that, I do expect that investors will come back to the market and be able to position themselves going forward based on these developments. Some of the counters, again, that are set to continue getting interest include the banking sector stocks, as interest rates remain elevated in the country, and we do expect this to translate positively to the net interest income and the interest income that they're able to get either on loans or also on the investments.
Yes, Caleb, the market turnover was doing quite well, but despite this positive trend that you're seeing, looking at the NASI and the NSE 20 all-share index, we see that the total market turnover saw a decline. So maybe from where you sit, what could be driving this drop in the trading activity?
Again, even for our market, we are also quite driven by sentiment in terms of the foreign investors who come to invest in Kenya. And some of the things that they also look at are global conditions and global macroeconomic updates. We did have the non-farm payrolls, that is the jobs report in the US, that showed quite strong economic job creation in that economy that will sort of factor in to the Federal Reserve decision later in the month. So investors are now also pushing back expectations of when the Federal Reserve will cut its rates. So we do expect rates to remain higher for longer. And this will also affect most of the investor sentiment and how the foreign investors invest across the world.
Yes, and that is also despite saying that we had foreign trading activity falling by 50% last week, Caleb. And so can you say that this decline is proportional to the overall market turnover, or is there something specific to foreign investors driving this down?
Foreign foreign investor trading was down close to 50%, but the entire market was down more than 80% in terms of turnover, as local investors, as tried to alluded to earlier, were more focused on the central bank decision, that's the Monetary Policy Committee decision on the central bank rate, and also on the primary auction for this month's bond reopens that were closing last week. This is to get a bit of a sense, as we're also coming to the close of this financial year, how interest rates will continue to play in the second half of the year, and also how what appetite the government still has for not only debt, but also debt that is at quite of a higher interest rate than previously, that they've been borrowing at previously. So we're still trying to get a sense also for the local investors, a sense of what that will look like come next month. And that's why turnover did decline this previous week.
Yes, and looking at the NSE, we see a 1% increase this afternoon on closing. Maybe this week, what are some of the trading ideas you'd recommend?
For me, I will still recommend the banking sector, given the high interest rates in the economy, the higher the maintenance of the central bank rate at 13%, and also pushing back of expectations of a possible reduction in global interest rates from the Federal Reserve. I do expect interest rates will kind of remain elevated in the economy, and some of the better placed stocks or counters to benefit our banking sector stocks. Yes, there are some negative effects, and there's some drags of the high interest rates in the economy, being the private sector credit growth has started to decline, and also the increase in non-performing loans. However, a lot of banks have been able to navigate some of these incidences to report quite strong earnings growth looking at the Q1 results, and we do expect this to sort of remain on that trajectory going through the year.
All right, Caleb, we leave that conversation there, and also maybe something we'll maybe recommend is the Bamburi Cement Limited, which is doing quite well, and also more government subsidies in the construction sector or activity. All right, we leave that conversation there. Now we take a break. More coming up.
SA Home Loans is the leading home finance specialist company in South Africa. Our purpose is to change people's lives by enabling South Africans to become homeowners.
I think the scale of Standard Bank has helped SA Home Loans right from the beginning. We understood the management team and their vision, and we understand the markets that we were placing this into, and that's a very powerful combination.
Africa's premier business accolade, the All Africa Business Leaders Awards 2024, returns for its 12th edition, with nominations open until the 30th of June. The Gala Awards ceremony will take place on the 24th of October at the Pavilion at Sandton Convention Centre. As with the ABLES 2023, this year's awards will honour excellence in business leaders who have made an indelible impact on their industries. The ABLES are a landmark accolade that business pioneers have held in high regard throughout the years. Visit the website www.ableawards.com and submit your nominations no later than 30 June 2024.
Welcome back. You're watching Closing Bell East Africa. Moving on, Kenya is making waves with its new tax initiative targeting remote workers, promising increased revenue and an influx of digital nomads. Willis from Fragomen, Kenya now joins us live to decipher how this move could reshape the country's economic landscape and also attract global talent. Willis, a very good afternoon to you and welcome again on the show. So let us get straight into it. How do we see the new tax law impacting or is going to impact remote workers and the companies that hire them in the country?
Thanks, Tabitha, and thanks for having me. Remote working is a trend that has taken shape ever since the beginning or the advent of COVID. And so we're seeing a number of countries going away to provide remote visas and even enable digital and nomads to work across various countries, even as they do other things. So ideally, what would happen is when you have a regime that recognizes remote work, it means more revenue to the government in terms of taxes, but it also means clarity to organizations as they come to terms with the fact that they have to be good corporate citizens. So we're talking about companies that are employing nomads and getting the benefits of the skills that these nomads have in order to increase their turnover to enhance their strategy. But we're also talking about those companies being responsible corporate citizens in order that they must give what belongs to the government in terms of taxes. So we will see a big impact in terms of just putting the numbers to this by the reports from Kenya Private Sector Alliance. There is about 2.4 million Kenyans who are working remotely. And this number is expected to go back to increase given the level of internet connectivity in the country and even the degree of skills that are coming out, especially in the young population. So we will see an increase in revenue for the government, but we'll also be seeing a corporate sector that is more responsive in terms of tax and tax liabilities.
Yes, and Mark, you've mentioned strategies, and then I'm keen on some of the strategies that are in place to ensure the successful implementation of the new tax regulations, and also how the government will support some of these businesses and remote workers looking at this transition.
Thanks so much. At the center of this,
yes,
at the center of the implementation and the center of the strategy is legislative clarity. So when we talk about remote workers, then there has to be a law in place that clearly defines them. Who are they? Where are they based? And what are their numbers? Once you have that, then the government must, and as a matter of priority, engage with the employers of these particular people. So we're talking about a joint collaboration between the government and the employer organizations, so that to gain, not just to gain a buy-in to the idea, but also to get to understand how much there is in terms of remote workers. For the government to be successful again in this particular process, the tax registration regime must be made simple and clear, because we are talking about people who are working remotely. Most of them may not understand the laws of Kenya. A number of them may understand the laws of Kenya, but if you make the registration simple, then it means you're encouraging more and more people to get into the bracket and be able to pay their taxes promptly. We're also looking at an idea that talks about, say, provision of tax incentives as a matter of support to organizations. As we all know at the moment, the cost of doing business is going up and up. But if the government can work around certain incentives, that will encourage organizations to volunteer to register and pay taxes for their employees and submit and actually file those taxes on time. So incentives would come in handy in just trying to make sure that there is in place a response that is required, and again, there is compliance with that particular law. Another thing that is also very important is just a robust enforcement mechanism. The government, upon enacting this law, must have a compliance-based kind of engagement that would actually show organizations where they belong and what they need to do in order to comply with those laws. And that's very important, because when organizations understand, the employees would actually also understand and then be part of the tax regime that is robust and that is responsive to the needs. Another important thing that the government may want to do as a strategy is just to engage the public and get continuous feedback on what needs to happen. Most of the times the laws are very good, but if the public or the affected individuals are not engaged, then people tend to get to a level where they engage in tax avoidance. So the government just needs to listen to the masses, listen to the workers, especially the nomads, and also listen to the organizations in terms of feedback and what needs to be done and improved at every stage in the process.
Yeah, and Mark, I do agree that this also complements the new tax law, which is the proposed remote work visa, the RWV, which also has some of the economic benefits and revenue generation opportunities. So many thanks for those great insights, Mark Olale. Now, moving on. Between 2018 and 2022, Kenyan farmers delivered 2.2 million kilograms of pyrethrum dry flowers valued at 496 million shillings. This is a low number compared to the crop's heydays in the 80s and 90s, which were later affected by a lack of quality fertilizers and climate change impact. However, Kenya's pyrethrum sector will likely witness a glimmer of hope after the government tabled its revival in Parliament. I spoke earlier to Dr. Timothy Njege, a development economist and research fellow at Tegemeo Institute of Agricultural Policy and Development, Egerton University, for more.
In relative to other crops that farmers are doing, farmers have an opportunity to triple or sometimes even increase fourfold the current margins that they're making, given the prevailing market prices. And this one, we take it by comparing pyrethrum and looking at what would be the ideal recommended level of productivity per acre and comparing it with what other crops that farmers are doing. Farmers, remember, for Kenya moved away from pyrethrum. Many of them, they did not go into production of cash crops, but ideally they just went into production of other food crops, mainly maize and potato.
Dr. Njege, looking at it, we say that Kenya is the world's largest producer of pyrethrum with well-established market in Europe, US, and Asia. But the big question here is, why do we import them? And beyond standards and lower import fees, how do government subsidies in other countries affect import prices compared to Kenyan production costs? And also, what are some of the strategies in place that will help ensure competitiveness of the Kenyan pyrethrum in the global market, from where you sit, Njege?
One is that we need to learn. Look at other countries in the mid-80s and 90s came and learned from us. And basically what they did, they went and improved their farm level production as well as organizing their value chain. That for once farmers were able to harvest, how you organize the value chain processing really matters. And they use subsidies to ensure that they have the technologies that they require and they also have the scale that would lower their payment costs. So besides just input subsidies, making sure that you are competitive at the farm level and also at the value chain level is one of the things that Kenya can go back to. Right now, the biggest problem we have as Kenya is that our volumes are still low. Our area under production is still low because we lost a lot of it when farmers abandoned the crop. So one of the things that the country can do is to, one, we need to promote aggressively pyrethrum production. And the way you do this is that you need to ensure that you have available clean planting material, and that has remained a challenge for most of the farmers. You also need to make sure that you address productivity issues at the farm level, ensuring that farmers are able to obtain better yields. And then you also have to structure the value chain in a way that it incentivizes private investments, as opposed to the current scenario where we still have a hand for the government in the value chain to agri-processing. So we need to make sure that we diversify these investments so that we are not looking at one market. But there is competition to take the pyrethrum from farmers. And then we also need to basically take advantage of the niche market, because Kenya is one of, if you can recover the land, it used to be one of the leading producers, especially for pyrethrum. That is something that we've lost because we allowed farmers to become frustrated and many farmers just left the crop.
All right, and those are some of the bottlenecks, just some of the bottlenecks that we see when it comes to the value chain efficiency there, and also some of the inefficiencies when it comes to processing, transportation, or marketing that could be addressed to increase the overall profitability. But Njage, let us look at the diversification potential that the Kenyan pyrethrum production could have beyond the raw flowers trade.
One of the key advantages we have right now that we have a huge market for organic pyrethrum. Even though Kenya is importing, much of what we're importing is synthetic pyrethrum. So if we can improve our volumes, we will be able to tap into these markets. Remember that for you to access a market is not just an issue of producing, but you have to produce in the right quantities in the standards that are required by those markets. So even if you are able to try and sell in the organic market, one of the reasons why we are not favorable is because we cannot satisfy that. And what happens is that then the client will always look for an alternative. And in this case, the alternative becomes the synthetic pyrethrum. So the country has to be aggressive to ensure that we produce the volumes that the market requires. And if you get into contracts with buyers, then we have to satisfy those buyers that we're able to make those volumes.
Yes, and I would ask then how widespread the organic and sustainable pyrethrum farming practices in Kenya is, or are.
So right now it's not widespread because, again, if you recall, and especially if you're looking at our trend, we've come down from very, very far. I mean, we are doing less than around a fifth of what we used to do in our heydays. So in terms of proportion, we definitely do much more and much better. And this would start by ensuring that we make the value chain attractive to farmers. We need to make sure that farmers regain the confidence that they had in the 80s. And you start doing that by addressing the things that went wrong. First, ensure that farmers have access to clean pelleting material, ensure that the delays that used to be there that frustrated farmers are no longer there. Farmers can basically get paid cash on delivery for their produce. You need to make sure that we organize financing for the value chain so that, again, as you go into contracts, then you integrate the markets. You can provide inputs on credit to farmers, and you can deduct this from their outputs. And this not only assures farmers, but also informs their production decisions, knowing that they can now focus on improving productivity, given that whatever volume the market is able to take them up. And again, that means that we also have to ensure that we are diversifying from. We remember that the country only had one major processor. So that processor was government. So in the past, a lot of studies have recommended that for the privatization of the pyrethrum company. We've never fully done that. It's still under government. And there is need to make sure that you privatize this and allow for competition so that, again, you generate value, not just to the value chain, but also to farmers, which is the most important in terms of raw materials sourcing.
Yes, and Dr. Njage, from the conversation that you've just had, the summary of it all, a question still lingers in my mind that feels quite unanswered. And my question is there hope when it comes to reviving Kenya's pyrethrum sector?
Unfortunately, everything hinges on us getting our hands together. We do have the climate for production, and we have large areas where this can be done and be done quite well. We do have the technology in terms of varieties that were doing very well in the past, and right now some of them have been improved. The challenge has always been how to scale this to make sure that it reaches out to farmers. We have also stated that farmers are making some decent margins, so if a farmer becomes if you build a capacity farm to be able to get closer to productivity targets, then we are sure that farmers will be happy with the returns that they get. The challenge mainly now hinges on us being able to organize the value chain so that, one, we are able to produce sufficient amounts that will make a business case for investments in this value chain, right from production to processing. Remember that even for the machines that are there, most of them are working way below capacity because of change. And it's not that the market doesn't exist, it's just that we need to organize better. We need to become more strategic in terms of the markets that we target. And we just need to ensure that we have a bit of improve our value chain governance, transparency, so that we can rebuild the trust that was broken. And we create a system where all actors feel like they have a stake and they can get a fair return from the investments. So the hope is there, but we have to get our act together.
And our thought conversation brings the show to a close. Let us continue engaging online on X at CNBC Africa, #CBA410. And also for more, you can visit our website. That is www.cnbcafrica.com. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and up next is Closing Bell, Southern Africa. Stay tuned for more.
Catch the self-declaration ceremony as Imagine Africa receives the ISO 26000 certification for its commitment to social responsibility, only on CNBC Africa.
Effectively, a free zone is an area that is exempt from duty, customs. It's almost like a country on its own. The vision was to create a number of these free zones to encourage investment from external companies, countries to come and invest in the country.
Standard Bank played a unique role. We have strength in the infrastructure business, and
And hello and welcome to another episode of Startup Caps with myself, Tanya Habimana. And this week, we're talking about the African consumer market, one of the most dynamic and rapidly evolving markets in the world. Today, we explore the burgeoning opportunities and key insight that highlights Africa's immense potential as a consumer powerhouse. Indeed, Africa is on track to become one of the fastest growing consumer markets globally, with projections indicating a staggering 1.7 billion consumers by the end of this decade. This growth is driven by a rising middle class, urbanization, and increased internet access, setting the stage for a substantial increase in consumer spending across the continent. African consumer expenditure has grown at an annual rate of 3.9% over the last decade. However, entering the African market comes with unique challenges, from currency instability, lack of infrastructure and distribution networks, competition from established multinationals, all the way through to the predominance of informal markets. In this episode, we look into how new ventures are using technology to overcome this and tap into this ripe 1.7 billion people market. Our first conversation is with two investors actively investing in the sector. I spoke to Andreata Muforo, partner at TLCom Capital, and Alvaro Perez-Cano, partner at Speed Invest. Let's listen in. Andreata, I want to start with you.
When we're talking e-commerce, consumer markets, there's been a lot of buzz. I think it's the second big buzz word after fintech when it comes to VC and the startup space in Africa. My question is there still room for new entrants, particularly when we're looking at e-commerce?
Certainly. So when you think about e-commerce on the African continent, I think also it's important to divide between the fact that there are different markets, and the saturation in the different markets it differs. So if you think about South Africa, for example, there's probably more depth in e-commerce when you compare it to other markets where the online is much more. So when I think across the continent, there are a few markets where we've gone deep, but we can go deeper. And then there's some where there's a lot of work to do. So if you think about, say, Kenya or Nigeria, for example, in the online space, it's still less than 10%. If you think about online modern market, it's still less than 10%. So there's still a lot one can do around e-commerce. Even in markets like South Africa, where it's more developed, I think there's a lot that you can still do here as well. And it's really about also the niches and finding spaces that are probably not as digitized to start to digitize those spaces. So yes, I think there continues to be a lot that one can do to bring more commerce onto the net.
But that's an important one, spaces that are not yet digitized, because sort of the criticism when it comes to e-commerce and let's say consumer markets in particular is the fact that we still have a very nascent consumer market in many African nations, where smartphone penetration, internet penetration is marginal. So does this make sense for all markets? Is there still room for growth, and how should this be approached?
Yeah. Look, the way that we kind of look at it on the whole is there does need to be a certain level of infrastructure in place to be able to successfully scale a tech-enabled or a tech-based business model, right? So the way that we look at it usually is you have, a certain degree of telco infrastructure that's come into play that allows for data costs to come down. Once data costs come down, people start to acquire smartphones. Once smartphones are, prevalent in the country, you can start to shop online. So if that base level of infrastructure is not there, it's going to be very hard for digital commerce to actually happen, right? But once that is in place, the opportunity is massive, right? People want to transact online. Once the telco infrastructure is there, fintech starts to come into play to enable some of those payments, to enable some of those transactions. But yeah, to answer your question, I think there does need to be a base level of infrastructure to be set.
Is the infrastructure that we have sufficient? How far are we in the infrastructure development game?
So in terms of infrastructure development, again, I go back to the point of the differentiation across different markets. Because there's some markets, again, like South Africa, for example, where the level of infrastructure, if you're thinking about distribution, if you're thinking about payments infrastructure, is more advanced. And then in other markets, there's still some work to do. So if you think about Kenya, where mobile money is ubiquitous, many people are using it. So the payments, you could say that to an extent the payments is sorted in that, but not necessarily the distribution, because you find that there's quite a bit of fragmentation that's happening there. I think the other piece of it is understanding also kind of the SMEs and the people that are that are selling online, because that's also fairly fragmented when you compare it to other markets. But I think, yeah, the infrastructure is still lacking, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges. So even if you look across the companies that have been bigger or been playing in e-commerce for longer, like for example Jumia, you find that they had to build the infrastructure from the beginning. And part of infrastructure is even like, how do you sensitize people to begin to trust that they can transact online, and how do you get them online? And then you think about the distribution, the payment. So yeah, it's quite extensive in terms of what you need to build to get it to a place where you can get more people using e-commerce.
And that's an interesting point, because even when we look into the South African market and you have e-commerce players such as Takealot, they have had to develop their own delivery, fulfillment and logistical infrastructure. So then from an investor perspective, do you look at that? Do you look at how much of the infrastructure is already developed to support the venture that you would potentially be investing in?
Absolutely, right? And it doesn't have to be limited to e-commerce infrastructure by itself, right? There's a lot of innovative business models nowadays that take advantage of infrastructure that already has been built. So think mobile money agent networks, right, that have already been built in markets like Kenya. Taking advantage of some of those networks that have already been built by previous companies in the past is what the new e-commerce players are doing, to not have to start from scratch and be able to run more profitable business models, right?
What about profit margins versus market access? And I'm thinking, again, I mean, Takealot is part of the Naspers Group, so it's a listed company, so we get to see the ins and outs of how profitable they actually are. And what we see is that there's a play, and I think we see this globally as well, actually. There's a play in terms of gaining your critical mass, your market access, market penetration, versus actually being profitable when you're looking on a unit cost perspective. How do you view this from, I guess, the investment landscape and the investment thesis?
It's a very good question. And I think the fundamental thing for us is the unit economics needs to make sense. Like, as day one, like that's the first thing that needs to make sense. So when you're selling each product on a gross margin basis, on a contribution margin basis, is that positive? And then if it's positive, then you can now think about, okay, now how do I grow this and how do I scale this? Because if you're scaling something that's on a unit economic basis is negative, it's an uphill battle, right, in order to even get it to be sustainable as a business. I think that's one point. And then there's a piece around market access, which is, there is an advantage in terms of moving quickly, taking over the market, building a brand. E-commerce is a space where you need to do quite an extensive amount of marketing and be able to build a brand. However, there's a trade-off between the two, and then there is capital that's required to do the two, right? And right now we're in a very tight capital market. So also the decision is made when you think about kind of what's happening in the capital markets, that also is factored in. So there's value in, going deep in your market, expanding your market, being in more than one market. There's value there as well. If you think of also, when you think about economies of scale, right? Because with e-commerce, there is some economies of scales you can leverage because there's like fixed assets and fixed costs that you have. But you also need to think about the capital that's required to do that. And right now, it's a tough environment, so you also need to adjust.
And whether the capital is here or elsewhere, as we've seen it was the case with Jumia listing in New York, is there the capital locally to allow those e-commerce startups to be able to have the growth and expansion capital that they require? Because even globally, we see it with e-commerce platforms that are born in the West, that have access to huge consumer markets, and yet 5-10 years down the line are still not profitable. Is the capital that we have here enough?
Yeah, look, I think that's a great question, and it's obviously what Andreatta and I are trying to solve here on the continent. I do think that after a certain scale, you do need to go look at outside still in Africa. You do need to look into the international capital markets. Middle East is proving as a very successful fundraising strategy for a lot of African startups. But for the first initial stages of startup funding, I think there are incredible local and strong local funds that can carry you all the way to Series A, Series B, right? Andreatta just raised a pretty big fund to take companies up to the Series B stage, if I'm not mistaken, right? So the capital is available. But once you reach the Jumia scale, once you reach the Takealot scale, once you reach the Souk scale, you do need to start to look outside because maybe those later stages are not so available here on the continent.
What about IPOs, listed markets, stock exchanges? We have them. We have them in several markets. We've got the JSE, we've got Lagos. Is this a viable option? And particularly, I think it's even more relevant for e-commerce platforms because of the relevance and the fact that it's a market that people can understand quite easily. Is this a viable option for capital raise?
It's definitely a viable option for capital raise, but what I will say is that the number of companies that make to IPO is much less because the requirement for IPO is much more stringent. So even when we look at our portfolio, we know that probably not more than 20% will IPO. The vast majority you will have to look for capital in the private markets. Now, when you're thinking about IPO, you mentioned, we have stock exchanges here, in Kenya, in Nigeria, and across the continent in Egypt. What you need to also think about is one is the understanding of your business model in terms of the market. Like, would people understand the market? Are there analysts that are covering your space that are able to follow and present information about your company to potential investors? Is there depth of liquidity in the market? Because that's where sometimes some of the African exchanges fall short in terms of depth of liquidity. So that's why you find some African companies go and IPO outside, because there's a longer history of companies in the e-commerce space. There's a depth of liquidity, which sometimes you can lack. I mean, you can also think about cross-listing on African markets as well. So I think, over time, I think we'll see more, and hopefully we can do more on the continent in regards to IPOs.
And I think looking into the growth trajectory and the IPO path in particular is something that we definitely need to explore in a lot more depth. But that's all we have time for now. Thank you so much to the both of you for joining us today. Really a pleasure talking to you. And now that we've heard from those investing, let's hear from our hands on the ground. I have with me Alex Thompson, co-founder of Naked Insurance, and Racine Sarr, founder of ShopMeAway. Now, Racine, I want to start off with you and just get your initial perspective of how you view the market, particularly in Francophone Africa.
So here in Francophone Africa, namely Senegal and Ivory Coast, which are the two main markets where we are operating, we can see that there is a gap actually between the demand and the supply. Let's take, for example, the very simple case of a laptop, which is needed by many entrepreneurs actually. That laptop will be 50% to 100% more expensive in our region than in an industrialized region, for example. The reason, of course, is the lack of supply. So those products are manufactured outside of Africa, of course, but also a very poor system of cross-border logistics. So this is the situation here in West Africa, Francophone Africa. And what we are doing at ShopMeAway is that we are bridging this gap between that demand, which is frustrated, and the supply, which mostly lies in industrialized countries which are bringing more manufactured products to our region.
Yeah, and I'd like to bring in Alex in this. I mean, it's quite an interesting take to have an insurtech in the consumer market segment, but there's a close tie, particularly when we look at it from a data analytics perspective and how you're with Naked using data and consumer insights to be able to produce and potentially create products that are more suited to consumers. Perhaps you can give us more insights into how exactly you're doing that.
Insurance has always been a strongly data-driven game. It's whether it comes to pricing or risk management, it's been a key part of how insurance has worked. When we bring in technology, it just unlocks a whole lot of potential. And as one of the things we're trying to do is to expand access to insurance. Yes, it's about understanding different consumer groups. It's about understanding what's working for people, what isn't. With insurance, like with many other financial services, there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of trust. And so really sort of looking at the data and understanding how people are responding to things like insurance is key to expanding access, to delivering value to customers.
And Racine, when it comes to data, how are you using it? I'm particularly curious to hear about some of the e-commerce strategies that you deploy to get that initial offtake in terms of users for your platform.
What you need to understand here is that we are a platform which is client-centric. So our offer comes from the customer's requests. So basically, we are using the data to analyze and know more about this consumer, more particularly what he's interested in terms of categories of products here, also in terms of opportunities in the future to develop. That is really where we are tackling the problem of knowing who is our customer and what does he want. Because at the end of the day, our platform is centered around the African client, the African customer, and we are trying to match 100% his demands in terms of products and in terms of pricing.
Still on the question of data, and it's a question that I actually have for the both of you, but I'll start with you, Alex. What are some of the trends and insights that you've seen that have surprised you and potentially led to a change in strategies or product development? I mean, we hear of these stories all the time, and I'd love to get your take on this.
One of the things that we allow customers to do is to buy insurance at any time of the day or night. And, I think if you come from a traditional insurance background, you would have said, well, no one's going to buy insurance at midnight. It turns out, people are buying insurance all through the night and are doing things all through the night, like pausing their car cover if they're not going to be driving it for a while, making changes. I think the convenience of being able to, be fully in control of your insurance is something that is massively valued. And I think just, more generally, the potential that data and analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence have in the value chain of insurance and just improving the delivery of insurance, being able to meet customers' needs better, being able to cut costs out of the value chain and deliver it at a better price point. That potential has been incredible. When we started, we had a sort of vague idea that we were going to do something in the space, but just actually seeing how it works, how in a claim we can take cost out of a system, how we can speed up the handling of a claim, has been incredible to see, and I think it's allowed us to differentiate ourselves from many of the more traditional players.
And Alex, I'm actually gonna piggyback on one of the elements that you talked about, the element of cost and bringing a product forward. I had the initial question with regards to new trends, but Racine, I want to ask you, when it comes to the pricing of your products and bringing them to the consumers, because you're dealing with manufacturers, brands, companies, products that are from outside of your target market, the market that you operate in. How do you balance and manage that cost element?
So the two main elements of the pricing here, of course, is the purchase price from the manufacturer and then the cross-border logistics costs. And what we have been able to achieve with SharpMeAway is to build a software where we will be onboarding forwarders, logisticians throughout Africa, but also from the origin countries, namely Europe, France, the United States, China. And therefore, those people will be able to seamlessly coordinate the operations. And this results into a decrease of the cost, the cross-border logistics cost, by 50% to even 70% in some cases. So we are operating a whole different model where the product which you need doesn't lay in a warehouse next to you, because it would have been imported first and it would have suffered some storage costs from an importer. But we are linking you as a client directly to the manufacturer and the brands, and we are streamlining the cross-border logistics to you. So if you are okay to wait for 5 to 7 days, you're good to go on SharpMeAway.com and have your costs be reduced by 50 to 70%.
And I guess, Alex, when it comes to challenges to growth for your business, logistics is fortunately not one of them for you. But I can imagine that regulation and operating in different markets can be when it comes to scalability. What other markets are you looking at for expansion?
Yeah, at the moment we only operate in South Africa, and insurance is a product that doesn't sort of cross borders all that easily. And you mentioned regulation. I mean, consumer preferences tend to vary quite significantly across countries. But of course, we are looking at this, and we're going through a process of evaluating different markets. We haven't sort of landed on any particular countries to enter at this point. On the African continent, the biggest challenge for us is finding markets that have enough scale, that have a large enough addressable market to make it, worthwhile to enter, to be able to, put down all the costs that are needed and to get a sensible return. And I think this is a challenge in many markets, because the insurance markets are quite underdeveloped in a lot of countries. And then the regulations also vary quite significantly across different countries. So it's really about, I think the more we can support the development of the insurance sectors, the more regulation can be harmonized. I think the better we're going to be able to do, and businesses like ours are going to be able to deliver value, to a much greater portion of that enormous market that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, indeed. And Gracine, Alex just talked about consumer preferences. How does this look like for your market? Because like you said, you are customer-centric, client-centric, and we're talking about a variety of products, and you're operating in 2 different markets. How do you tailor your business model to be able to cater to the needs of consumer preferences, tastes, and desires?
We took the opportunity to partner with, let's say, giant catalog owners, giant distributors. So we're partnering right now, namely with the likes of Amazon. So our customers have direct access to millions of products, and which fulfill 95% of their needs in terms of manufactured products. Again, given that we are in that segment of those high-value manufactured products, which our customers need either for their well-being or to operate their businesses and offer, again, incredible products to their own customers. So therefore, we are bringing the world to them. I mean, there is no product which they cannot access. It's a real gateway from Africa to the world. And again, the principle of streamlining the cross-border logistics is a key success element to that.
Yeah, and in closing, actually, I want to bring you back in, Alex. I'm thinking of insurance tech as a game of trust. I know for me, I have to put a great deal of trust that my insurance company is really going to show up if something would happen to, let's say, my car. How do you deal with trust in sustaining and building trust as a new player on the block when you have behemoth companies that have been operating for a long time?
Well, of course, it starts with our name, right? This name Naked is really trying to represent something transparent, something that is real and something that you can rely on, and then it really extends all the way through everything else that we do. We communicate really actively with our customers. The app itself actually is really a place in which you can see exactly how things work. You can make changes, change things back, make sure that everything sort of makes sense to you. Whereas I think a lot of people feel that when you're dealing with sort of an insurance company that's sort of sitting behind a call center or a broker, you're not quite sure where they come up with the things that they do. Whereas our stuff is right in front of you. And then also we have this amazing concept called the naked difference, where when claims are low, we actually don't benefit. And this allows us to be much more on the customer's side than would typically be the case with insurance, by really taking more of like a flat fee or a subscription fee from the customer. We can be much more on their side to make sure that they get value, and it doesn't feel like we are going to be fighting with you at claim stage. So it's really, I think in building trust, in trying to build confidence in the mind of the customer, there's a whole lot of things that we do to try and get that right.
Brilliant. Well, a big thank you to our founders. This is how we wrap up Startup Caps for this week, but we'll be back next week with another episode on health tech. The conversation, of course, does not end here. We'd love to engage with you on social media. You'll find us on X, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok _Startup Caps. And of course, you can find out more about this episode on startupcaps.io. That's it from me. See you again next week.
Africa receives the ISO 26000 certification for its commitment to social responsibility, only on CNBC Africa.
It is time for a Closing Bell Southern Africa.
Closing Bell brings you the latest in market and finance news from across Africa.
High net worth individuals and affluent investors wanting to put more of their money to work.
And our industry experts as they bring detailed and up-to-date trends impacting Africa's economy at large.
Moving the dial for your country or for your countries, it's important to communicate very clearly.
But still, you're projecting a 6.6% growth for 2024.
You don't want to be caught in a downward cycle.
This was able to bring in a significant capital inflows or investments.
You're watching CNBC Africa.
First in business worldwide.
Who's making money? Who's losing money? Where and why? Join us for CNBC Africa's Startup Cap series as we uncover the startup ecosystem, one sector at a time. From healthcare to fintechs and beyond, we speak to VCs, angel investors, and startup founders to delve deeper into the ins and outs of startup capital movements in Africa.
You can chat with a doctor through USSD codes and actually get your issues addressed.
You know, there are ways where you can build solutions that enable access, where someone can very confidentially order the health products they need.
Only on CNBC Africa. Hello and welcome. You're watching Closing Bell Southern Africa, your daily market report with myself, Tanya Habimana, coming to you live from our studios here in Johannesburg, where we're looking at a JSE All Share Index that is very much struggling to make gains on the day, currently down 0.75%, seeing red across all sub-indices, with the Resource and the Industrial Index are bleeding the most, down 1%. In fact, the Resource Index more than 1%, nearing the 1.1% in the red, seeing the top of the lead, well, top of the losers board rather. DRD Gold down 3.7% on the day. We Buy Cars also down 3.1%, as well as Vukile 3.1% losses on the day. On the Rand front, the Rand holding steadily on at 18 Rand 80 cents to the dollar. But we'll be taking a look at what exactly is moving your money in the markets today, joined by Charles Rasejo, equity sales trader at Keller Securities. Now, all throughout the show, we'd love to hear from you. You can connect with us on social media. You'll find us on X at CNBC Africa using the hashtag CBSA410. And of course, you can tweet me directly at Tanya Habimana. But stay tuned for all that we have on the show. Before we get into the rest of today's shows, these are your top stories for the day. And offshore investors sold a net 10.7 billion rand of South African stocks last week. Data from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange showed earlier, with settlement statistics on bonds showing 1.5 billion rands of net sales. And in more market news, emerging market assets fell earlier with political uncertainties preoccupying investors after a spate of elections, while U.S. inflation reports and Federal Reserve policy decisions topped this week's watch list. Economist at Equity Capital, Stuart Cole, said that, open quote, high U.S. rates can also exacerbate capital flight out of EMs in favor of the U.S., which will further tighten local financial conditions, closed quote. And that's all for today's top stories. Joining me now for a look at the local markets is Charles Masego, equity sales trader at Keller Securities. Charles, I want to start off with US stocks. I mean, we saw them open up slightly lower today, with traders very much looking ahead to the Fed interest rate decision, as well as May inflation data expected to come out on Wednesday. Just like to get your take in terms of what the market is looking like today and your interpretation of that.
Yeah, 100%. I guess the market this week is looking towards the main focus will be the rate announcement, but not the announcement as such, because that's expected to remain unchanged, but just around the dot plots and, you know, what they see going forward in terms of rate cuts, and in terms of the commentary just around how bullish or hawkish Jerome Powell is with his commentary. And so I think that is sort of weighing, but again as well, the other bigger story is just with what's happening with the European parliamentary votes, which obviously created a bit of chaos, because you had, you know, the likes of Macron trying to call for a snap election, trying to hold on to his power because he's risking potentially legislature losses there. I mean, obviously you want to control the legislature, which controls, you know, the people that you sort of put in and your sort of agenda, to his competitor, I think, what's her name, Marine Le Pen. And so, you know, that's happening there. Also in Germany, so it's a whole ripple effect that obviously led to global markets in general sort of losing the plot, let's put it that way. And that's basically what's been driving the market today.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at my screen for the euro right now. The CAC down 1.8%, FTSE down 0.37%, DAX down 0.6%, and very much on the back of the EU elections, which happened over the last couple of days. But like you said, Macron calling for a surprise, what the market is calling a surprise call for parliamentary elections, because they were due to take place in 2027. Interesting move there, and the market very much not liking this. But what are we likely to see? I mean, what could rectify the movement here?
It's a bit of a tough question. It's a bit of up in the air at this point in time, because we just don't know whether this might lead to further snap elections elsewhere within the EU. Knowing, I mean, look, Macron, I think he's just trying to make sure that he keeps a lid on, you know, Marine Le Pen's sort of a rise. But, you know, according to some polls, it's suggesting that he will lose that. And that still also then poses another risk, because, you know, then, you know, what the other agenda will be, or the way they will push, because they're more like centralists to rights, to the right side of things. And so there's also different sort of permutations on how that sort of pans out. But I guess the biggest thing is, I mean, he's taking a big gamble at this, and, you know, with markets sort of hinting at that potential loss, it's definitely not being well received by the market. So it's a tough one to call.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, CNBC.com calling it a huge political gamble, with snap elections they're saying that his rival Le Pen could easily win. So very much an unfolding story there. But moving along to our local markets, we're seeing the JSE very much bleeding on the day, down 0.75%. I mean, how much of this is following of the weight of elections and the coalition talks?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at this point in time, we're going to be in a place of limbo just with everything happening, until we get certainty locally with how the coalitions are going to look like. But again, as well, this macro sort of backdrop, going into, you know, a week where there's Fed announcements, there's also CPI announcements there. So that coupled with everything sort of creates this cautious sort of stance. And, you know, it's sort of in SA specifically, wait until you see everything sort of unfold, which is what some investors are actually doing at this point in time. But nevertheless, you know, SA just seems to be a place where, you know, not much. And it, also on top of that, you had China, Hong Kong also on holiday today. So from a volumes perspective, a slightly lower on that front. But I mean, it's just the general sort of macro, as well as, you know, the anticipation of some outcome, which is obviously due, I think, by the 16th. They need to have concluded or elected their members for parliament. But again, that's also being challenged by the MK in the Constitutional Court. So, you know, not knowing how that sort of pans out. So definitely a developing story.
Yeah, indeed. And just while I have you, Omnia, up 10% on the day. We are speaking to them in just a moment. So I have two things for you. First, I'd like to get just your take on the latest earnings, as well as whether there is anything you would have us ask them.
I mean, definitely. I think the standout for their results there was obviously the divvy, the special divvy. You know, everybody is okay with the divvy, but the special divvy sort of giving back to the shareholders. I think that was the cherry on top for them. Yes, they are seeing sort of, you know, commodity sort of pullback sort of affecting their agricultural and sort of mining businesses, which obviously led them. But, you know, agricultural to somewhat held its own. Mining, you know, there's broader sort of macro economics sort of things sort of taking place there. But I mean, obviously, just sort of getting their insights. I mean, so they deal with a lot of the miners and stuff. You know, exactly. So what are they seeing in terms of the outlook that they are? I mean, a lot of miners are very cautious, but are they hearing any whispers of any more M&As, you know, within that space? I mean, are they close to that? I think that would be a question that we'd want to know what they're hearing on the streets.
Any more M&As? Did I get that right?
I beg your pardon?
Any more M&As? That would be your question?
Yes, yes.
Okay, brilliant. I've got a minute. I just want to get your take on Alex Forbes as well, up 3.8% on the day. Market very much liking the latest statements. Your thoughts?
Yeah, again, another one where it was a special divvy galore. So that definitely also benefited from that. From an income perspective, yes, up 12%, a few acquisitions, a few new business wins there. But from an OPEX side, definitely a bit higher, at around 16%. But that's, I guess, a bit of investing into capacity to continue driving the business. So, you know, one can look at that as, you know, just ongoing sort of expenses to drive the business from that perspective. The cost to income sort of ratio, I think it was slightly up at 3%. But, you know, from the profit perspective, up about 5%, not a bad result. But again, I think the divvy was the biggest driver there, you know, for the numbers for the numbers, essentially. So, yeah.
Indeed, a special divvy day. But Charles, thank you so much for joining us today. That was Charles Rasejo, equity sales trader at Keller Securities. We'll now take a short break, and after the break, we'll be speaking to Omnia. Stay tuned.
SA Home Loans is the leading home finance specialist company in South Africa. Our purpose is to change people's lives by enabling South Africans to become homeowners.
I think the scale of Standard Bank has helped SA Home Loans right from the beginning. We understood the management team and their vision, and we understand the markets that we were placing this into, and that's a very powerful combination.
Africa's premier business accolade, the All Africa Business Leaders Awards 2024, returns for its 12th edition, with nominations open until the 30th of June. The Gala Awards ceremony will take place on the 24th of October at the Pavilion at Sandton Convention Centre. As with the ABLAs 2023, this year's awards will honour excellence in business leaders who have made an indelible impact on their industries. The ABLAs are a landmark accolade that business pioneers have held in high regard throughout the years. Visit the website www.ablaawards.com and submit your nominations no later than 30 June 2024.
And welcome back. You're still watching Closing Bell Southern Africa, and JSE-listed Omnia Holdings posted a 6% drop in headline earnings, accompanied by a 16% decrease in revenue for the year ended 31st of March 2024. Despite this, the group stated strong cash generation, improved margins and sustained profitability against a substantial decline in commodity prices and volatile market condition. Joining me to discuss this further is Seelan Gobalsamy, CEO at Omnia Holdings. So Seelan, I want to start off by talking about this point on the special dividend, which our Market Watch just alluded to. What's giving you this confidence?
Yeah, so Tanya, thanks for having me, and good evening to your listeners. I think what we have been able to demonstrate in our business, that we continue to grow and continue to be resilient through low commodity prices, an increase in commodity price, some volatility, and also the decline in commodity prices. We've been demonstrating now for a number of years how we've been able to manage our business prudently from a working capital, from an expense, from a profit and an investment perspective. So, that's what gives us confidence to continue to apply our capital allocation framework very strongly. And what you see is strong cash generation coupled with a deep investment in our business of R1 billion. And then post that, looking at what our capital needs are going forward, we then issued and declared a R3.75 ordinary dividend, a R3.25 special dividend, and we do continue to buy back shares. What it demonstrates is the strong cash flows and the resilience in our business over the last few years.
So let's talk about that resilience segment by segment, actually. I'd love to get an understanding of the operating environment and the performance, looking at agriculture, mining and chemicals.
Yeah, so perhaps maybe, let's start with agriculture. I think the agriculture segment experienced significant headwinds due to the commodity decline. The segment is also prone to issues of climate change, and it's dependent because we don't just operate in one country, we operate in a number of countries. It's dependent on regulatory and government issues around large tenders and fertilizer. And what we've seen is some immense headwinds in a number of our businesses, specifically in SADC, Zambia and Zimbabwe would be examples of those. And we've seen some tailwinds in our South African business, where our teams have been able to increase volumes and offset, some of the decline in the commodity price. Added to that, we've also been managing our supply chain and our manufacturer very well, which has also enhanced our profitability. And we show that over a 5-year period, we've been able to run our plants 30% ahead of what they were 5 years ago. And we've also been able to enhance our third-party ammonia derivative sales. We've been able to double that over the period. So I think, the agriculture segment, very resilient. The one thing to add is we have a business in Australia, AgriBio business, and that business continues to grow at much higher margins than a traditional fertilizer business, and it continues to offer fantastic opportunities for biostimulants, for kelp, for coating products with our partners across the world.
So, okay, and just to get more insights also with regards to mining and chemicals.
Yes, so our mining business has been by far the star performer. You see that business generate just under R1 billion worth of earnings. The business has had great customer and volume growth across all of the territories it operates in: South Africa, SADC, West Africa, Canada, Indonesia. We're pleased with our progress around our joint venture in Indonesia. That is slightly ahead of our plans. You know, there's still a very strong outlook in that space. And our Canadian business with our joint venture there has also moved to profitability. We also saw strong performance from a mining chemicals perspective, and that has also enhanced the mining sector. And I think finally, you know, our business in Australia is still in a setup phase where there's investment capital in it. And in future years, you know, you will see that turning to profitability, which will be another step change in that business. I think a big investment we made in the mining business is we invested 200 million in a clean, green explosives technology, a business called Hypex Bio based in Sweden. And we fundamentally believe that that business will revolutionize explosives in the coming years and decades. We're building a plant with them that is currently being built in Stockholm, and that will be taken to Canada and be used with in our joint venture there. So that's the mining story. I think a very strong performance by our mining business. It diversifies our earnings between agri and mining, but what it also does, it diversifies our earnings between local and global. So if you look at Omnia today to what it was 5 years ago, you'll see a very different business. I think our chemical story, just quickly, is the one that causes a lot of concern. The chemicals business, while it's much smaller than the other two businesses delivered, you know, roughly R1 billion worth of profit each, and the chemicals, you know, maybe 10 million rand. The chemicals business was acutely impacted by the macroeconomic factors in the manufacturing sector in South Africa. It was impacted by the logistics, supply chain, rail, port disruptions. So that business, unfortunately, way behind our expectation. And what's great to see is that it hasn't impacted our overall performance as much as it could have because of the growth in the other two segments. So chemicals, you know, it needs a bit of focus, and we're committed to getting that business back on track and back to where we want it to be in the coming years.
Okay, well, Seelan, it's always a pleasure talking to you, and I guess we're going to have to keep chatting throughout the year, but thank you so much for joining us today. That was Seelan Gobalsamy, CEO at Omnia Holdings. Next up, we're moving to our next conversation. The United Nations recently reported a surge in public debt reaching a historic peak of $97 trillion in 2023 and is raising concern about what this means for debt servicing in African nations. For more on this, I spoke to Rebecca Grinspan, Secretary General for the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Let's listen in.
We saw in our latest report that the increase in the servicing of the debt continues. And this is despite some countries having a lower ratio of debt to GDP. So what is the main explanation to that? The main explanation is that interest rates have gone up. And because there is a lag in the way that the debt is recontracted, now many of the contracts with higher interest are biting in. And so we have the concrete examples where countries are spending more on debt servicing than on health or education. And that is the situation that the report really, you know, very much emphasizes, that countries are confronted with impossible choices. of servicing the debt, of servicing their people.
And I think that's the right word, impossible choices. And when we look to African nations in particular, which countries do you see as being most vulnerable when it comes to servicing public debt?
Well, we have 25 governments that are spending now over 10% of the revenues in servicing the debt. That is really an impossible burden. Yes. So it's not one country, it's not two, it's 25 countries that are in that position. And the countries that have defaulted were spending even more in, servicing the debt. Part of the problem, and maybe this is worth saying, part of the problem is that the profile of the debt has changed. Yes. Now it's not mainly bilaterals. Or multilateral development banks, the ones that hold the debt. A lot is private creditors. And that makes the restructuring of the debt more difficult, but also have made the debt more expensive. The debt now is more short-term and more expensive than it used to be before.
And taking kind of a zoom out, do you see any regional trends when it comes to African nations and the levels of public debt?
Well, it's very good that you ask that. Thank you. Because, we have to say, Africa is not the most indebted country in the world. Not even the developing countries are the ones that are more indebted. In fact, it's the developed world, the one that is more indebted. But the problem is that they pay their debt at very low interest rates compared to us. So we have African countries paying 3 or 4 times the interest rates, average interest rates, that countries like the US or Germany pay. So it's not because debt is so high, although it has been increasing through time, especially after COVID or in COVID. But the problem is the cost of the debt of the African country and many other developing countries. So the trends are, in this sense, the same. More private creditors, public debt is going up in terms of servicing because of interest rates that are high in the developed countries, and so making debt less sustainable overall.
So that in light of this, a great injustice that you described there, but in light of this, what is UNCTAD's outlook for 2024 in light of a global economic recovery?
Yeah. Well, let's start by saying that global recovery is weak. Yes, it's not that the world in average is really growing, dynamically. But the prospects in Africa are better. Yes, we expect 2024 to be better, although marginally, than 2023. We expect the growth rate in Africa to be 3 or more. In 2023, it was 2.9%, very, very low, because the per capita of the continent is not growing. And that's the big worry, that we have. Now, let me say that the part of the problem also is that 3 very big economies in Africa are not performing well, are underperforming. That is South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt. And that also, in a way, affects the average of the whole continent.
So in light of this, what do you see as the key risks that could derail from the outlook for Africa in particular when it comes to the public debt service levels?
Well, if interest rates, as we all, I think the consensus is that interest rates will go down this year. And so we expect that to benefit the servicing of the debt. But the truth is that the resources that the countries need to make the investments that they need for the energy transformation, for sustainable development, to achieve the SDG goals are not happening. And the two pillars of dynamic growth for the developing world are showing weak signs, trade and investment. So here we have a mixed panorama, yes, a mixed picture. On the one hand, we expect interest rates in the world to go down, and we think that that will benefit African countries and the developing countries. But on the other hand, we also don't see the dynamism in trade and investment that African countries will need to really make growth more dynamic and more sustainable. And in that way, in a way, mobilize resources also to invest in its people. So what we are pushing is for the international community to recognize that we have to scale up the capacity of the multilateral development banks to finance Africa. And we are seeing good signs on it. We see much more movement in the African Development Bank. We see that the World Bank is trying to scale up loans and to have a hybrid capital to finance also investment, to crowd in public sector. The big question is if this will happen fast enough and at scale to avoid, a period of very low per capita growth in Africa. And we think that is avoidable. I think that there are conditions in Africa that call for optimism. Part of it is the African Free Trade Area that could be a huge opportunity, but also the fact that Africa is the house of the majority of the minerals and critical minerals for the energy transition. So the energy transition can be a huge opportunity for Africa. The only thing is not to commit the mistakes of the past. We need to add value to that chain, to that global supply chain for the energy transition. We need not only to export raw materials, but we need the continent to really take the necessary policies for investment to go also to more value-added sectors. I think that Africa has everything to do that, and we, in that sense, we are an optimistic voice that there are reasons to be, to think that Africa's future and dynamic future is to come. But, the right policies have to be there, and the international community has to respond accordingly.
And those insights were shared by Rebecca Grinspan, Secretary General for the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Now looking at the JSE and how we closed for the day, down 0.9%, very much continuing on our losing streak for the day, with the resource index bleeding the most, 1.5% losses on the day. And we're seeing that pull through as we look through a company level, with DRD Gold still right up there at the top of the losers board. The Rand holding on to its position at 18.73 to the dollar. That's it from the team for today. Closing Bell Southern Africa will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central African time. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye for now.
EdTech Mondays Africa is supported by the MasterCard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning and is part of the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Works programming.
Hello and welcome to this edition of EdTech Mondays Africa. My name is Joy Doreen Bira. On this edition, we've got a special discussion we'd like to have. Designing EdTech for refugee learners and displaced people across the African continent. As you know, Africa is home to some of the largest displaced populations in the world, and countries like Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia happen to host some of the largest refugee populations on the continent. And so knowing that Africa has got a young population, most of them school-going age, we like to find out how are learners in these refugee settlements coping with advancing their education. At what point do they say learning has not stopped and we need to continue with our education no matter where we are? What are some of the technology tools that are available for them to explore so their education does not come to a halt? That's the conversation we'd like to have today on EdTech Mondays Africa as we mark World Refugee Day. And joining us to have this conversation, we've got with us Albina Mumbi, who is the Innovation Manager at Mshule. We have Richard Ombina, who is the Digital Hub and Scholarship Coordinator for the World University Service of Canada, or WUSC. Olivier Nkunzuranda, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Refugee Innovation Center in Romwanja Refugee Settlement in Uganda. Great to have you on the show, Olivier. We also do have Dennis Momanyi, who is the country representative at Jesui World Learning. And we do have Console Movunye, who is a student and also a facilitator, certificate in legal studies. She's based in Kakuma Refugee Camp. Let me begin by asking the question, what are our thoughts around access to education in refugee settlements?
I think, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the fact that there are people who are doing something on the ground in the refugee camps. But we cannot fail to understand that there's some shortcomings that are there. And I believe there's so many things we can do to be able to assist and facilitate these users, because some of the challenges I'd say we have seen in Mshule working in such camps are forms of language barrier. We have